we initiate chaos. Theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots, sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only wakes us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Only another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All about the petty express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. I come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the petty express. In a beautiful darkness.
Well, welcome back, everyone. I didn't have a chance to get a pink shirt, so it's a mauvey red, but it was what I had. We got taxes done, and we only owe the state, so that's pretty good. And I braved Sephora to remember why I hate Sephora. Because there's nothing like trying to explain to a man with a beard who has on more foundation than you that you just need under eye concealer, and he's trying to show you $100 bottle of like eye cream. And I'm like, no, sweetheart, I'm looking for something to put on with makeup. And he's like showing me eye creams, and I about lost my ish because I don't like Sephora. Uh Squid, I I got 3 things and I spent 70 damn dollars. I am irritated. And the fact that he didn't know one damn thing about it, what he was talking about. I mean, again, I also was having a bad pain day, so it's probably that, I wasn't fully communicating what I needed, and I was already irritated to have to spend, like, money, and he wasn't quite getting what I was like, "I don't wanna be in here. I just need a blue-red lipstick that won't bleed. I need a lip stain in a, not orange color, and I need under eye, stuff." And it's just like, oh, Squid, I'm coming down to Georgia. You're gonna show me how to girl because I don't know that I should be left alone in Sephora by myself. The Uh, so I have been watching ahead. So that's kind of what we're going to do. If you are coming out new to hang out with us for Mo After Darkish, for these harder trials, what I'm going to do for this particular trial, especially since we know we are going to get that audio recording, we are going to be a day behind, but that way I can watch the day before and let you guys know when that audio is coming. Because I can tell you I'm only going to listen to it once. Like once I hear that they're going to play it, I won't be listening to it then. I'll be listening to it with you guys, but I do want to give you guys a heads up because that is going to be quite jarring. Now, an interesting thing to note since um, I did watch ahead for the next day, and let me tell you that the gallery understood the assignment. So after we get done with the special agent today, when we get into day 2, the the gallery understood the assignment, and the defense is going to have to whine a little harder.
As witness. Oh, as witness. Ms. Anderson.
No questions.
Ms. Sheriff Aiken to be excused.
Yes, sir.
Any objection from the state? None from the state, Your Honor. Thank you, Sheriff. Who do you have next? Patrick B.
They call Patrick McGuire.
Patrick McGuire.
Now, through Patrick McGuire, we are going to get some of the body cam footage of Tanner being arrested and some of the information on how they basically went from the discarded Walmart package to, kind of linking that to a FedEx driver. So that's generally what we're going to be getting from this particular witness.
Testimony given this call to the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you got.
Yes, Judge.
Have a seat right here. Rule of evidence is in effect, says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying, and once you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Special Agent McGuire, would you please introduce yourself to the
Probably till 10. So we might be a bit behind. I do plan to have a catch-up session both for Dr. Koenig and this trial this weekend, since we kind of jumped into it a little higgledy-piggledy as we do. We will be kind of catching up, and we will have a Sunday shenanigans with Easter reject candy. I have found the strangest candy left over from Easter. I need to give my stomach a break after the ramen.
jury? You can spell your first and last name.
Yes, sir. My name is Patrick McGuire, a special agent with the FBI in Fort Worth. My first name is Patrick, last name McGuire, Mcguire.
Thank you. And I will tell you, the court reporter is taking down everything that you say, so we're both going to try to talk a little slower and not interrupt each other, all right?
Yes.
Awesome, thanks. So you work for the FBI, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Can you kind of tell us, one, how long have you been working for the FBI?
I've been a special agent for a little over 5 years now.
And so if that was 5 years now, 3.5 years ago, you've been about 1.5 years on, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what did you have to do? I mean, what kind of education? How did you end up being an FBI agent?
Yes, sir. I had my bachelor's degree, and then I was a police officer in the state of Virginia for about 8.5 years before applying for the Bureau.
And do they assign you to a specific location? You get to pick where you want to go or what?
You list in, when you're at Quantico, what field office you want to go to, and they assigned me to be in the Dallas field office and then the Fort Worth satellite office.
So there are actually FBI offices both in Dallas and Fort Worth, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is the Fort Worth sort of an auxiliary to the Dallas office, is the main office?
Yes, sir. Our main hub is Dallas.
And particularly with regard to missing persons cases where is the FBI got some special kind of resources available that maybe local agencies might not?
Yes, sir. It's common for local agencies to request the FBI's help during any kidnapping.
And this is really the part that these monsters don't think about. There are rapid response teams, specifically in most FBI field agencies, scattered across states that are there solely for like a child abduction or sort of a major crime. So there are places, even in a big state like Texas, where, there are teams kind of set up to at least remote help and bring resources in these cases where time really matters.
Your missing child investigation.
And you become aware of a missing child investigation that was going on in Wise County back beginning on November 30th and through December 1st, December 2nd of 2022.
Yes, sir.
And can you kind of just describe for the jury how it was that you became aware of it and what you did as a result?
Yes, sir. I was called by another agent who was on scene there was a FedEx package that was delivered to the victim address during the timeline of question. And that other agent basically asked me to follow down that box and figure out who delivered it.
Okay. So you're running down a lead, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you working by yourself or with another agent? How does that work?
Yes, sir. I was working with another agent.
And what was that person's name?
Special Agent Lindsay Hogan.
And what did you do first in order to try to investigate that lead?
We went to multiple FedEx locations, with the last one finally being the FedEx location in Alliance, to identify where the package originated and left from that FedEx location.
And were you able to determine that package did in fact originate at that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you're talking about Alliance, are you talking about Alliance Airport?
Yes, sir. The location is right next to the Alliance Airport.
And what is at that location?
It's a very large facility where they intake and then a lot of trucks leave to go, I assume, through most of Fort Worth and the outside areas.
They have FedEx planes that land there, unload, and then they're distributed from that location to the various areas around Dallas-Fort Worth. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And as a result of going to that location, did you talk to anybody in particular?
Yes, we talked to one of the managers, Max Drescher.
And was he able to give you some information that you then were able to act upon?
Yes, sir. He identified that it was in fact a FedEx package that was delivered, and basically identified the route.
Go ahead.
He identified the route that had that package on its delivery.
And did he get in contact with any other individuals while you were there in his residence?
Yes, while we were in his office, he contacted Richard Davis, who's the owner of Big Topspin, which is the contract company for FedEx.
And I think a lot of times as we see a FedEx vehicle driving down the road that we think it's all owned by the big FedEx company. Is that true?
No, I believe most of the delivery trucks are owned by contract companies.
And then FedEx puts their logo on that contract company, but it still has.
And I think that JD, a lawyer explains, made a really good point. And I know that there are disparate, ideas and feelings about the death penalty, but in the mitigating factors, for the defense to be putting on that he was so mentally deficient that he could barely function, the fact that a FedEx contractor, hired him to drive. I mean, he was functional enough that people hired him to drive. So he, it's a little bit asking a bit too much to say that this man was broken beyond repair, but he was functional enough that he was able to carry on a job, have a girlfriend and a child.
We lay a foundation for this. Prior to work with FedEx.
Let me hear the question first. Yeah, ask the question.
What is Big Topspin?
It's a company that's contracted by FedEx to deliver packages.
And do they own a number of vehicles?
Yes,
Okay. And do those vehicles say Big Topspin on them, or do they say something else?
they say FedEx.
Okay. And so why specifically was Max Drescher contacting Big Topspin?
Because that was the contract company who owned the truck that delivered on the route that day.
And as a result of contacting Richard Davis, did you receive a name that you were able to then try to track down that person?
Yes, the driver was identified as Mr. Tanner Horner.
Okay. And did you later actually meet that person face to face?
Yes, sir.
And when did this take place? What date was it?
This occurred on December 1st.
Okay, so if the disappearance happened on November 30th, this would be the next day. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And about what time of day was it that you made your way finally to the Alliance location for FedEx?
Probably later in the morning.
And while you were there, did Mr. Davis get in contact with that driver to get you some more information about the particular vehicle?
Yes.
And
Look, you're a cutie patootie special agent, although I think that we both bat for Henry Cavill, which is okay because everyone's a Cavill sexual. But if you don't stop smacking your lips, we are not in Massachusetts. I'm going to need you to stop smacking your lips.
did Mr. Drescher make contact with that driver while you were there and where you could hear both?
Your Honor, all this is hearsay.
Let me finish asking the question.
While you were there and you could hear both ends of the conversation?
Objections overruled. You may answer the question.
Yes, sir. While we were in Mr. Drescher's office, he contacted via phone Mr. Horner on speakerphone with myself and Agent Hogan sitting in the room to be able to hear it.
And was Mr. Horner asked by Mr. Drescher about the specific delivery to the address where the disappearance had occurred?
Yes, sir.
And what was his response at that time to that inquiry?
He advised he did not recall that address or that delivery specifically.
And so then as a result of that, what were your next steps?
We then went out to Wise County in Paradise to locate Mr. Horner in person and interview him.
And did you go directly there, or did you go to the command post where the search for the missing person was taking place?
I believe we went directly there.
Okay. And so how was it that you knew where to go?
We obtained the FedEx delivery sheet to know each delivery and each address.
And were you able to gain some information through either Mr. Drescher or Mr. Davis as to sort of where he was on his delivery route at the time that you were going out there to talk to him?
Yes, sir. We were told where he currently was and then where he would be in about 45 minutes for the drive time.
And so what did you do with that information?
We went to where we believed that he would be, and we located him at a delivery location.
Okay. And when you went to that location, Did you have to wait for him? Was he already there?
I believe he was already there.
Okay. And so, once you saw that the FedEx vehicle was there, did you approach the person?
Yes.
And do you see the person that you approached at that time here in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Did you identify where he is sitting in the courtroom and maybe describe what he is wearing?
So it's a gentleman at the end of this table wearing a light bluish gray shirt and gray slacks.
Your Honor, that's the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect.
The record will also reflect that he smiled awkwardly, which, ick.
Was he wearing a shirt and tie at that time?
No, sir.
What was he wearing?
A FedEx uniform, like a black and purple FedEx logo shirt.
And may I approach your Honor? Yes, sir. Prior to court today, did you have the opportunity to look at a couple of exhibits?
Yes, sir.
One of, I'm going to show you, first of all, State's Exhibit number 30. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And is that a CD?
Yes.
And did I play you a copy of that at that time that we looked
How did Ed Begley Jr. Decide to become a prosecutor?
at earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that fairly and accurately, well, it's actually a DVD, I apologize. Does that have a small, short clip on that DVD showing your initial interaction with Tanner Horner from inside of the FedEx vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I know it's hard to hear. We're not going to play it at this time because we're having some issues with the sound system. But if the jury wants to play that later, they can look at it at that time. Okay?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit number 29, is that a screenshot from that same video?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize the two people that are depicted in that screenshot?
Yes, sir. The person closest to
It was earlier this morning, and with this trial and darker trials, I'm going to do them a little later in the day at least. So it'll be afternoon, darkish, but that way it'll give me a chance to get through the whole day by 10.
to the camera with his back facing the camera is Mr. Horner, and the person in the flannel button up is myself.
And you were able to watch State's Exhibit number 30, which this comes from, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did it show his face where you can clearly recognize him?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This time I'll offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 29 and 30.
Judge, I have no objection to 29, 430's claim. We would want to hear that.
Okay, all right. States 29 and states 30 are admitted, but we will let you review it before it's on 30, before it's exhibited to the jury.
May I publish 29?
Yes, sir.
Now, I do want to warn you that today and going into tomorrow, the audio is about as good as audio is on court trials. So I have the font in the closest to a pink color and as big as I can get it, so we can attempt to make sense of this. Ain't no one want to see his butt crack other than, his prison husband, God willing, and the sun don't shine. I mean.
And is this the screenshot that's been admitted to State's Exhibit number 29?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk about, you can turn that on, or turn it back on, Mr. King. Let's talk about that conversation. Can you kind of describe for me, didn't take place like within, I guess, earshot of the camera, correct?
Correct.
Where did you go to talk to him?
Just a little farther back towards the rear of the truck.
Okay. And even as you approached him, can you kind of describe how that took place when you first approached him?
When we approached him, he was getting out of the vehicle, and we scared him, causing him to drop the package.
Okay. And then
You scared him? I guess I just can't. Look, he reminds me of my youngest, most feral, and I mean that in a real sweet way, but, youngest, most feral is like 33 pounds and will try to get some bass in his voice like he's trying to tell me something. And I'm like, okay, Tiny, gonna need you to wait until you get a mustache before you try to put some bass in your voice.
After you were, did he even know who you were at that point?
Not initially when we walked up, no.
And did you allow him to finish his deliveries that he was making before you talked to him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And all that's on that little video clip that we weren't able to play, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so once you do that, you go out of back towards the back of the truck, you said, is that right?
Towards the back of the truck, yes.
Okay, so if you wouldn't mind kind of telling me what you were asking him and what his responses were to your inquiries.
Yes, sir. We initially asked him again about the delivery that was asked by Mr. Drescher on the phone. And he stated that after the address that he's delivering at while we're talking to him is a fairly short distance from the crime scene. And at that time, when we were speaking to him in person, he stated that after he had driven by the crime scene and saw law enforcement, that he remembered that delivery.
Okay, so
That's the very, very cold. And again, you cannot make these two kind of things add up and make four. You can't put two and two together and make four with this. He is calculated and motivated by his own self-pleasure, his own goals enough. He wants to relive his crime that he drove past and through the crime. But the defense wants me to think that he's barely functional, like drooling in the corner, eating lead chip paint or lead chips like they're Tostitos. Uh, these two things it can't exist in the same world. I can grant that he's had struggles, but I find I don't give a damn. That being said, the defense might, persuade me.
when you first talked to him, not you didn't talk to him, but Max Drescher talked to him while you were at the office.
Yes, sir.
His initial story was he did not remember, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then he said he drove back through the crime scene, or he drove back down the same road?
At the very least close to it to see the large law enforcement response.
And then that made him remember the incident, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did he give you some indication of what he remembered about the incident that took place at this point, still less than 24 hours earlier, correct?
Yes, sir. He advised us that he recalled the house looking run down and that he was basically initially start thinking that he didn't want to deliver there.
This monster judging a house that's run down, like, of all the audacity, like, this man has some nerve, like it was run down. Sir, your soul is run down.
Until he saw what he thought may have been the homeowner leaving in a vehicle and turning left out of the driveway.
And did he describe that vehicle for you?
Yes, he described the vehicle as an older green Chevy Astrovan, and specifically with sunspots on the hood and on the roof, and a piece of the panel, like the lower panel, missing on the driver door close to the front wheel.
Now,
Also, if you're going to make up a car that you saw driving, why would you make it an incredibly unique Chevy Astrovan, of which there are probably very few on the road? Why wouldn't you make it a Ford Fusion blue? Kind of a ubiquitous car that you see everywhere. I am drinking some mom water and sparkling water mixed together, and then Dr. Pepper cream soda.
did you relay that? There's a command post, correct, for this missing child search, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that child's name's Athena Strand, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she was a 7-year-old girl.
Yes, sir.
And so there's some urgency with regard to trying to find this little girl, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you relay this information back to the command post?
Yes, sir. After this interview, we immediately went to the command post and relayed that information of that vehicle to the command post for further investigation.
Because if that was true, that's somebody you would want to talk to, correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell me, was there something else that caught your attention, though, as you're talking to Mr. Horner about this, what he remembers? Kind of describe the rest of that conversation and what it was that sort of sparked your interest, attention at that point?
Yes, sir. During the majority of the interview, Mr. Horner was very articulate. He answered every question properly, good back and forth conversation. And then towards the end of the conversation, he got very emotional and almost to the point of crying, and stated to us that he couldn't believe something like this would happen and that he had his own child.
So he's acting like a concerned citizen, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, so much so that he's like showing some emotion to you, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you relay that information back as well?
I don't recall if we specifically told that, but we definitely kept note of it.
Okay. And so based upon the information that you got from him at that time, was there an extensive search done for some mysterious green van that might have been leading to a potential lead on this missing child?
Yes, sir. There was multiple law enforcement hours spent looking into the van on law enforcement databases and doing physical surveillance on the ground, trying to locate this van.
There were resources that were dedicated to finding this missing girl, Athena Strand, that were being used, running down other legitimate leads. Were they diverted to go look for this green van?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to that search for the green van, was any green van ever located that would have been in the area at that point?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Now, after you had this initial meeting, kind of describe what happened next with you.
We went back to the command post. We relayed this information to the command post, and then were later tasked to interview further family members.
And based upon what you already knew, just from, how did you feel about being pulled away from the lead that you were running on at this point to go interview family members?
We were a little concerned by it. We were still interested in Mr. Horner. We still had some unfinished questions that we were concerned about.
And do you know a person by the name of Joe Espinoza?
Yes, sir.
And who is he?
He's a Texas Ranger assigned to this case.
And did you relay to him the information about this first meeting?
I don't believe directly. We told it to the command post.
Okay, the command post, but the information's running through him at the command post.
Correct.
Okay. So with regard to that, further investigating Mr. Horner, were you able to get back to that at some point later in the day?
That next morning, we began further investigating it.
Wasn't there a second meeting that took place on December 1st?
Yes, sir. Before we spoke to family.
Okay, understood. Okay,
Yes.
so we're not there yet. So you didn't speak to family in between the two meetings, is that right?
Correct.
All right, so let's just go from the point of the end of the first meeting, what we're looking at here, and kind of describe what steps you next took leading up to a second meeting.
We further asked Max Drescher from FedEx for more information about his deliveries on the date question, and we were given basically a multiple deliveries during the time frame that we were concerned about, that we wanted to ask Mr. Horner about more.
And were you able to actually get FedEx to, I believe there was some type of a grand jury?
Let me hear the question.
I'll start again.
Okay.
With
That was weird, but we are actually Mr. Mo said that I shouldn't be hiccuping as much because they did put in the new line. But, we can only, and he said he's going to look at this, but he look at Google and do all his computer magic this weekend. He just has a actual metric butt ton of homework, what he was telling me.
with regard to FedEx, since you were already in contact with them, did you then later issue a subpoena for the information that was used to ultimately run down this meeting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that was on a later date, though. But with regard to this day, were there further steps taken by FedEx and Big Top Spin to try to potentially gain more illumination as to what was going on in that van?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe that, please?
We got further delivery information on his route during the evening of the 30th.
Okay. And based upon that information, did you have some concerns that you wanted to clear up with Mr. Horn?
Yes, sir. There was about a 45-minute time period that should have been a drive time of approximately 11 to 12 minutes. So it gave us basically a half an hour of question that we wanted to ask Mr. Horner further about.
And did you try to set up another meeting?
Yes, sir. We called Mr. Horner on the phone.
And may I approach? Yes, sir.
What I find really miraculous, and again, the outcome wasn't what we wanted, but the fact that with a good investigation, with very good officers, they were able to develop a lead and find this little girl in less than 3 days and find the monster in under 2 days. Now, the monster seems particularly stupid, but we caught him.
And actually, at some point during that conversation, did you get cut off in that conversation?
Yes, sir. At some point, the call dropped.
And so we've already admitted 30, but there's also, I think it's 30 and 31 are that second conversation, and then 28 would have been the first conversation. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I apologize. I misspoke on the numbers earlier. So it's 28 rather than 30 as far as the first call.
Yes, sir.
So with regard to states 30 and 31, states 30 at the beginning of that phone call before it got cut off, and states 31 when Mr. Horner called you back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've listened to those prior to court today, correct?
Yes, sir.
And does that fairly and accurately represent both ends of that conversation?
Yes, sir.
Audio.
Yes, sir.
Now, with that understanding of the mistake that I made a moment ago, I'm going to re-offer 30 as a part of the second video, as well as 31, and then 28 is the first call, first video. 30. These are the two.
You understand it before, as long as they play correctly with the time judge.
All right, so states 28 will be admitted and states 31 will be admitted, subject to review by the defense.
Yes, sir. And then following those, we'll talk about the content of those calls in a moment. But following those, did you have another meeting with Mr. Horner?
Yes, sir. We met him in another package delivery driveway.
Okay. So let's talk about that phone call. You were calling him, you said about some type of time discrepancy. Was that something that was actually, something that actually occurred, or some information that you've been given that you were trying to follow up on that you later learned to be not exactly what you were being told?
Yes, sir. Between the time of the phone call and then meeting him in person, we learned that the times given to us by FedEx were incorrect.
But nonetheless, you'd already set up a meeting. You had some interest in getting some further information, so you went in and had the meeting. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's talk about on the phone calls. Did he talk to you about possible reasons why there might be some delays in his between package deliveries on that particular day?
One of the reasons he advised us was that he had thrown up at a Love's truck stop.
Okay. And did he?
Again, that's something that investigators are going to notice. People don't generally upchuck. They don't generally drive through a crime scene. If he was looking to be like the most sus person there, the man is doing a great job. You know, make up an Astro van from the 80s. I've been feeling okay, Alice G. I will say I hope the weather will pick a lane at some point. These fronts moving in and out, no bueno.
Elaborate on that as far as where he got sick, how long it took him, anything like that?
He stated he didn't feel well on the route, that he then began driving back towards the Alliance area, pulled over on the side of a random road, threw up, and then continued to a Love's, threw up again before continuing back to the FedEx location.
And with regard to this location where the Athena strand went missing the night before, did he give you any information about whether or not that was the last package that he delivered that day or something else?
Yes, sir. That was the last package that he had delivered that day.
And he admitted that to you at that time, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did that pique your interest even further?
Yes, sir. On the information we obtained from FedEx, that was the last package he had delivered. That was not marked as delivered in the FedEx system. And then after that, he had another approximately 4 or 5 packages that he was supposed to deliver after the one to the Strand household and did not deliver them.
So, but he's telling you that's because he got sick, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you go and you meet with him during those conversations, did you set up a place where you could meet again?
Yes, sir. He advised us where he was on the package delivery route and an address to meet him at.
And prior to court, did you see a screenshot of you as you're approaching him during that?
Yes, sir.
May I approach Ron?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what I marked as State's Exhibit number 32. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And is that the screenshot that shows both you and Mr. Horner at the time of the second meeting?
Yes, sir.
I'll offer in evidence State's Exhibit 32.
Nothing.
State's 32, isn't it?
May I publish?
So we've had sump pumps before. If it's raining heavily, it might be going off every 1 to 5 minutes. But that's about all I know. I know that it would go a lot if it was super duper raining.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And this person walking up here, who is that?
That's me,
And who is the person with their arm up?
Mr. Horner.
Okay. And are you familiar with something called UTC time?
Yes, sir.
And what is UTC time?
That's just the standard time. A lot of video devices and basic electronics we use as a standard time.
Okay. And is it
Tammy, the defendant is Tanner Lynn Horner, and he is alleged, actually, he has pled guilty to abducting and taking the life of Athena Strand. He is also alleged, or the state says that they have DNA evidence that he also SA'd her. So that's the trial. That's why we're doing this at night. This is a kiddo trial, and there's going to be some graphic audio. There was a dash cam in the truck, but he covered up the camera. However, he did record about the hour-long attack. So we are watching this a day behind. So basically, I'm screening the current day so I can give you guys an idea of what we're looking at each night. That way, you know, if there are days that you're just like, nope, I'm not going to do it. That way you can kind of get a thing. And then probably next week, I'll start doing my breakdowns. But he has pled guilty. So now the trial is basically going to be whether he is going to be given life without parole or the death penalty. So at least, you know, we do know that he's not going to be out in public. He has pled guilty. That doesn't make it any easier. This was a god-awful attack. But on a positive note, I have started outlining. If you guys weren't with me when I did the Paul Canero case, but especially with kiddo cases, I tend to do a writing exercise at the end of really hard cases where I do Mo rewrites. So I am thinking of Athena's story. And we'll have that ready by the end of the trial. So when we get a verdict, or at least the punishment, we will have a Mo rewrites it, and we will do Athena's story, how it should have happened.
sort of like, I always heard Greenwich Mean Time. Is it something like that?
Yes, sir.
And so when you measure other time zones, do you measure them by UTC plus a certain number of hours or UTC minus a certain number of hours?
Yes, sir, based where you are in the world.
In Paradise, Texas, or Cottondale, Texas, you can turn that back on if you keep thinking. Paradise, Texas, at that time of the year, what was the calculation? Is it 6 hours difference?
Yes, sir. At that time of year, it would be UTC or GMT -6 to make Central Time.
Okay. So then, looking at the time frames that you were there, this number here, 21:45:01, if you subtracted 6 from 21, that makes 15, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would mean that would be 3:15 is on military time. What time of day is that?
That would be 3:45 p.m.
Okay. And is that time consistent with the time that you remember meeting with Mr. Horner the second time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with regard to this vehicle, tell me just in your own
Athena was abducted on November 30th, 2022. So this has actually gone quite quickly for a large, capital punishment case. This case has actually gone through fairly quickly.
words, describe what took place here.
We initially spoke about the time discrepancy again, and basically told him that what we spoke about on the phone, we learned now to not be true. And then we further asked him about the green van that he had initially told us during the first interview.
And did you do something more than just ask him about it with regard to the green van?
Yes, sir. I Googled and found a picture of a older green Chevy Astro van.
And what did you do with that?
I showed Mr. Horner my phone and asked him if the vehicle on the screen matched what he saw in the driveway the day before.
And what was his response?
He stated that vehicle was very similar to the one from the driveway.
And can I approach the camera?
Yes, sir.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 33 and ask you to recognize that.
Yes, sir. That's a screenshot of the picture in the Google search that I showed Mr. Horner.
And this is the one that he said, yes, it looks like that.
Yes, sir.
I'll offer State's Exhibit number 33.
I will check out because I do get what Ghazni, and I really respect and understand his opinion on the death penalty, but I'm more of the table flipping style Jesus, but I agree with Ghazni on not trusting the government to do anything of importance well or with, well, accuracy. So I'm with him on almost all the points.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 33 is admitted.
Again, based upon that information, was there, I don't know if you call it APB with regard to, what do you call it when you're looking for a particular type of vehicle?
We usually call it a BOL or be on the lookout.
And was that done with regard to this type of a van that might have been spotted within the area?
Yes, sir. That information was passed to the command post, and further investigative hours were spent looking for that van.
Okay. So
This is in Florida. I believe it is in Wise County. Now, it's in Texas. Sorry. It is in Texas, Wise County, Texas, but I'm not sure where in like Texas that is because Texas is huge, enormous. So I'm not quite sure where exactly in Texas it is.
at the end of this meeting with Mr. Horner, kind of tell us how it went down as far as you meet with him, you get this information, and then what happens?
After we finished the contact with them, we walked back to our vehicle and then went back to the command post.
As you're sitting in your vehicle, getting ready to go back to the command post, did you watch Mr. Horner exit the location where he is currently at?
Yes, sir. Mr. Horner in the FedEx van backed out of the driveway, across the road, and then struck a tree on the other side of the road.
And what did he do as a result of that?
Mr. Horner exited the driver's seat, looked at the rear of the truck, and then got back into the vehicle and left.
Did you find that odd, given what you just?
The man ran into a daggone tree. Like, look, as a person who bought a house because it had a daggone horseshoe driveway, so I wouldn't have to back out of places. Look, I get it, but I'm also not a FedEx driver. How are you gonna be a suspect and run into a damn tree as you're trying to get away from your crime scene? This man must have been popping lead paint chips like Tostitos. Did he even figure out how to do a Scantron test? I mean, was he using a number 1 pencil?
Talked about?
Yes, sir.
Did he seem to be paying close attention to what he was doing at that point?
No, sir.
Now, with regard to other things that you did in this investigation to try to find Athena Strand, can you kind of just give us a brief synopsis of those things?
So after we did the second interview, we went back to the command post, and then that was when we were tasked with interviewing further family members.
Now, based upon your conversations with Mr. Drescher and Mr. Davis, were they trying to obtain some more potential evidence as to what might have happened?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you ask them to obtain some more evidence?
Yes, sir. Later on the 1st and early the 2nd of December, we obtained further information from FedEx.
Go ahead, you may answer.
We obtained from FedEx further information of Mr. Horner's delivery route on the 30th and on the 1st.
Was there some indication that there might be video in this van?
Yes, sir. We were also advised that all the vans were equipped with a dash cam.
And did you ask them to try to obtain that video information from the vehicle that Tanner Horner had been driving on November 30th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Now, was that able to be done on the 1st?
No, sir.
But on the 2nd, did you receive video from that van?
Yes, sir. During the afternoon of the 2nd, we obtained video from Velociter, which is the company that runs the dash cams.
Now, were they able to give you a full video of the entire event?
At the time, during the afternoon of the 2nd, no, sir. The first video we obtained was a phone recording of a screen of the dash cam.
Did you see something on that piqued your interest?
Yes, sir. It was a phone screen recording of a video of Mr. Horner placing a small girl into the back of his FedEx van.
And was the time on that video consistent with the time that Athena Strand went missing?
Yes, sir, as far as I recall.
Now, at approximately the same time, based upon other information that you had already obtained with regard to the routes and those sort of things, was there action being taken to try to detain Mr. Horner?
Yes, sir. At the same time that we obtained that video, myself and Agent Hogan were doing surveillance on Mr. Horner during his route on the 2nd.
So for a little while on the 1st, you were diverted to speak to family members. Why was it that they were focused on speaking to family members when you're in the middle of investigating this?
A lot of time during law enforcement investigations into a missing child abduction, your family is likely suspects. So one of our initial jobs is to follow any lead.
I will say that this is one of the rare times that it is an actual stranger. He is actually correct. I mean, how many cases have I covered on Mornings with Mo where a parent's like, my child was abducted, and then we end up covering their case because their child was most definitely not abducted. So it is really, really very interesting to see the different kind of way that they handle a legitimate, stranger abduction case. I need to get more note cards. Thank you so much, Prince of Wales, Zach. Everyone worried about the Strait of Hormuz. No one's trekking on the Gay of Hormuz. Well, I don't think he's there anymore. Just the one. He went to Boca for the summer, like everyone. South Beach, Fire Beach.
We usually talk to the family, identify further leads from them.
And so it's because you all do, I guess, the big thing that you see on TV with the FBI is profiling, right?
If it is not the Strait of Mountain Dew or Frito-Lays, I swear to goodness, the Gulf of Mountain Dew, I am I'm surprised we didn't name it the Gulf of Baja Blast, which I would have.
Yes, sir.
Explain what that means.
Basically getting it's our behavioral analysis unit. I'm not a member of it, but they basically will intake all the facts the field will get to basically create a profile of who they would generally believe to be the suspect.
And just, is there a lot of things that go into those kind of profiles?
Yes, sir.
Statistics and other things?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to that, is it often true that the person that is responsible for abducting a young child is often either a family member or somebody that knows that child?
Yes, sir.
The stranger abductions are less common or more rare, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so with regard to this case, you were able to kind of help lead in the right direction with regard to Mr. Horner. What changed on the morning of the 1st as far as now you're back on surveilling Mr. Horner?
The morning of the 2nd was when
I apologize.
Yes, sir. We obtained the official records of the deliveries, and basically there were some anomalies of the last package delivered was the one before the victim address of the Strand household. Then we know the Strand package was delivered because it was on their doorstep, but not marked delivered. And then there was 4 or 5 more packages that should have been delivered that night that were not delivered.
In fact, just coincidentally, did you later learn that the first time you met him, he was at delivering a package he should have delivered the night before?
Yes, sir. Looking at the tracking numbers for all the deliveries he did not make on the 30th, one of the packages he was delivering when you walked up to him the first time on the 1st was supposed to be delivered on the 30th by him. It was not. It was put back on the truck and then delivered by Mr. Horner on the 1st.
But he was delivering that he seemed to be doing his normal route and doing his deliveries just like any other day at that point.
Yes, sir.
And we're back.
Admit to you at any time that he had anything to do with the disappearance of Athena string?
No, sir.
Had he done so, obviously you would take different steps, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Instead, based on that information, other resources were diverted to other places, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, on the second when you're surveilling him, were you in a position where you were able to see when he was actually taken into custody?
We arrived shortly after he was taken into custody.
All right. And who was it that took him into custody?
It was marked units from the game wardens, from the sheriff's office, from multiple different agencies.
And after that point, other than obtaining the grand jury subpoena for all the FedEx records, were you involved in this investigation any further?
No, sir.
I'll pass the witness. Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor. We have no issue.
I'm sorry?
We have no issue with the being you.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Counsel, y'all are-
All right, and we are going to go into day 2, but I want you to pay attention because for some reason, this is a loud courtroom, but I would like you to pay attention to, oh, for the love of Cheetos, share this tab instead. Mo, you're a professional. At some point. Notice the gallery understood the assignment. Miss that had the underlayer of pink went full pink. I do have a pink wig in my Amazon cart. An obnoxiously loud pink wig. Let's see. But I love that the gallery understood the assignment. Defense, we're gonna wear pink, okay? Settings, stable, subtitles, English. Yes. All righty. Now, our first witness is going to be a game warden, and he's going to explain to you that the game wardens in Texas apparently are often called in for sort of emergency evacuations, but also for search and rescue work. In an interesting note, because I kind of speed watched this yesterday to give you guys little tidbits, this is actually going to be the brother of the next witness. So it's very, very interesting that we're going to get brothers, and actually this brother is going to give his other brother, his body cam because, well, one of them forgot it. Very high, I would think. Now, If you guys have watched the Darrell Brooks trial, did Mr. Bonesteel move to Texas and become a bailiff, or is this his brother? I'm just saying because the Mr. Bonesteel and this bailiff also have no necks. And if there was one bailiff that I would want standing right next to this mother piece of dung, it's this man. Look, I'd sit down and do my math homework. She came that
Seated, thank you.
fool of a man. Billy Corgan. Again, you guys, I love that when the defense decided to bitch, so many more people decided to wear bright pink. Again, what is the fastest way to get an American to do something? Tell them not to do it.
Okay. Has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Okay, Mr. Stank. Oh, let's do it.
Here you are. Good morning. Can you go ahead and state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Joshua, Joshua, Espinoza, Espinoza.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a Texas game warden.
Now, what does a Texas game warden do?
So Texas game wardens are state peace officers. We not only
Okay, no. Okay, that voice says he's an adult. That face says that he is 13. What is it with young people looking like they're 13 to me now? This man doesn't even shave yet. Who made him a game warden? This man is all of 19 and a half.
enforce hunting, fishing, and water safety related laws, but we also apprehend dangerous criminals and provide public safety to the people of the state of Texas.
Now, are you a commissioned peace officer like our regular police departments?
Yes, ma'am. So I hold the same commission peace officer license as any other peace officer, have the same arrest powers as any other peace officer in the state of Texas.
Now, what type of training does a Texas game warden have?
So Texas Game Wardens attend a training center near Hamilton, Texas. It's an 8-month academy. We train on the basic peace officer curriculum, everything from arrest, search, and seizure to firearms training to search and rescue training, boat operation training, quite a bit of extensive training.
And what is a game warden's role in a search and rescue type of situation?
So Texas Game Wardens often lead in search and rescue operations across the state from major events, from hurricanes, flooding occurrences. We actually have a dedicated search and rescue team.
And are you part of the search and rescue team?
Yes, ma'am. I've been a member of the Texas Game Wardens search and rescue team for 10 years now.
And so have you done a variety of search and rescues as part of this team?
Yes, ma'am. I've done quite a few search and rescues, body recoveries, and victim rescues.
And tell us, I guess, just generally, what are these usually coming from?
So one of the very first events that I responded to was Hurricane Harvey, Harris County, providing victim rescues and that. And then most recently, the Kerrville floods, the devastating July 4th floods.
And so are these mostly, I guess, accident-based or?
Yes, ma'am. Accident-based.
Now, what areas do game wardens work? Do you have a certain district, a certain area?
So we're assigned by county, but we have statewide jurisdiction.
And so is Wise County part of your area?
Yes, ma'am, it is part of my district.
Now, at some point were you requested, you personally and the game wardens in general, to assist on the missing person search for Athena Strand?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. One of the Wise County game wardens was on scene, and also I was contacted by Game Warden K-9 Sergeant Chrissy Thompson with our K-9 unit that she was going to be assisting in the search of Athena Strand in Wise County, and I requested permission through my chain of command to assist with the search.
Do you recall what date that was?
It was December 2nd, 2022, approximately 10:26 a.m.
So the search had already been going before you kind of had come to assist?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And what information were you actually given when you were, I guess, heading to the scene?
That there was a missing child, 7-year-old child of Athena Strand had been missing from a residence in a rural location in Wise County.
And where were you asked to, I guess, report?
I was asked to report to Athena's residence, which is, I believe, is 268 County Road 3573 near Paradise, Texas, a rural area.
And when you arrived, what did you see?
There was multiple agencies looking in the bar ditch, looking in the wooded areas around. I actually ran across 2 Fort Worth police officers and assisted them in searching a heavily wooded area after getting permission from the landowner.
So at this time, you were mostly searching still in and around the victim's residence?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
At some point, were you contacted by a Texas Ranger?
Yes, ma'am. While I was at the residence, I was contacted by the Texas Ranger.
Was this still on December 2nd of 22?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. And have you worked with the Texas Rangers in any type of prior investigations?
Yes, ma'am. We frequently work with the Texas Rangers and other agencies in assisting.
And do you recall which Texas Ranger specifically called you that day?
Yes, ma'am. Texas Ranger Joe Espinoza.
Now, recognize that those 2 last names are the same.
Yes, ma'am.
Any relation?
Yes, ma'am. He's my big brother.
Okay. Have you recall if you've actually ever worked with your brother before?
I don't recall if I have. I'm sure we might have crossed paths at some point.
And on this specific case, though, was Texas Ranger Espinoza, was he the lead investigator on this?
Yes, ma'am. He was the lead investigator.
So although he didn't bring you out to scene, he did contact you for assistance at some point?
Yes, ma'am. He did.
Okay. And
Okay, you understand, state prosecutor, that it has nothing related to the case, but now we need to know if every other sibling has a J name too, because we've got Job and we've got Josh, I think. So now we need to know if the other siblings have J names. Look, again, I know it's ADHD and it's way off point, but these are serious questions. How am I going to build my headcanon of these people if I don't know these things? But in my headcanon, they all have J names.
when he called you, what did he ask you to do?
So when he called me, myself and Game Warden Casey Pentecost, West County Game Warden, and Game Warden Chrissy Thompson were at the residence standing by.
Closed captions. It's Game Warden. Now, what the closed caption heard was Gay Morton. Apparently, the closed captions have been listening to Kathy Nestor. We are in for some shenanigans tonight.
Casey Pentecost, West County Game Warden, and Game Warden Chrissy Thompson were at the residence standing by. And when he called me, he said he needed me to find a FedEx truck and gave me an address and informed me that an FBI agent was following a FedEx truck and that I needed to respond and detain the suspect because he would potentially abduct or kidnap Athena Strand.
Okay. And so at this point, who all was with you heading to this address that the ranger provided you?
So myself, Game Warden Casey Pentecost, Game Warden Sergeant Chrissy Thompson, we all were in separate vehicles and were en route to the address of, I believe it was Bethel Road was the initial address that was provided.
And at some point, did that address change?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
And do you recall what the address changed to?
So Wise County Communications came over the radio and notified of an address on the corner of Hope and Faith Trail.
To your knowledge,
So this monster was caught at the crossroads of hope and faith. Look, I'm not one to say that, signs are everywhere. I'm not Mel Gibson or Joaquin Phoenix. Although if anyone finds like one of those prop Hershey Kisses hats, I need a tinfoil hat. That being said, there's something very, very poetic about this monster being caught or apprehended at the crossroads of hope and faith?
Were they getting information from the FBI that updated that address?
I was unaware where that information was coming from. I believed it was from the FBI.
Okay. Now, where were you, or did you eventually locate the suspect?
Yes, ma'am, I did eventually.
Approximately where were you at?
I was at a residence at the corner of Hope Trail and Faith Trail near Paradise.
Now, at this time, were you in a marked unit?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have
Again, just the snake went into the Garden of Eden near Paradise. They caught him at the crossroads of it. Look, it's been a long day, but I just find it very, very poetic.
your lights on?
Yes, ma'am. I had my red and blue emergency lights on.
Now, when you saw the FedEx truck, can you just tell the jury what happened?
When I saw the FedEx truck exiting the driveway, I pulled my patrol truck in front of the FedEx truck with my lights activated, my red and blues, and I got out and performed a felony stop with my pistol drawn due to the gravity of the situation of it being a kidnapping treated as a felony stop. Ordered the suspect to put his hands up and face away from me and place him in handcuffs.
And was there any other law enforcement with you at that time?
Yes, ma'am. Wise County Sheriff's Office deputies were on scene as well.
Do you see the person in the courtroom today that you detained on December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am, I do. He's sitting right over there wearing blue slacks and a blue jean shirt.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that the witness did point to the defendant.
Record certified.
Now, at this time, you and the Wise County Sheriff's Office have handcuffed the suspect. What else did you do at that point?
So I conducted a pat-down frisk for weapons of the suspect, and once I was sure that there was no weapons, I reached in his pocket and retrieved his wallet and pulled out his identification to positively ID the suspect.
And what did you do with that identification or driver's license?
With that driver's license, I radioed it over to Wise County Communications Dispatch that he was detained, that driver's license was the individual that was detained.
And why do you guys do that?
It's a matter of keeping a log with our dispatch.
Once that part is done, at any point did you notify Texas Ranger Espinosa that you had found the suspect?
Yes, ma'am. I called Texas Ranger Joe Espinosa via cell phone.
And did he arrive on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Once Ranger Espinosa and whomever he was with arrived on scene, what did you do at that point?
Once he arrived on scene, Ranger Espinosa told me that he had left in such a haste and requested that I hand over my body camera because he had forgotten his recording device.
So he took his brother's body camera?
Yes, ma'am.
You know what? Their mom is at home. You know, it doesn't shock me. I love that there are these little moments of levity in a trial, no matter how horrible. And this is a pretty horrible trial. There are these little moments, and it's always good to remember that even in the darkest time, there are always these little moments.
Okay. At this point, did you essentially transfer custody of the suspect over to Ranger Espinosa?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
We talked a little bit about this body camera. Were you wearing a body camera the entire time that you were with the suspect?
Yes, ma'am.
Does your body camera record both audio and video?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you activate your body camera prior to meeting the suspect?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had the opportunity to review that body camera footage?
Yes, ma'am. I have.
You are managed?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 34. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
It's my body cam video on a flash drive with my initials.
And this is the same footage that you have reviewed?
Yes, ma'am. That's
And
correct.
does it fairly and accurately depict the events where you detained the suspect?
Yes, ma'am. It does.
Now, at this time, the state's offers into evidence State's Exhibit number 34 that's previously been provided to the defense discovery.
Any objections other than those previously tendered to the court?
No.
Those objections remain overruled and State's Exhibit 34 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And thank you, Squad Bob, for gifting a membership. And that went to Admissibility. And welcome to the Church of Mo. You are now entitled to go and get members' musings every weekday morning, unless I'm doing taxes. I do musings, but also we have a book club. I am currently reading the book out loud because it really is the only way that I will get my ADHD behind to sit down and read it. So I do have, let's see, the prologue and up to chapter 3 done. I'm hoping to get up to chapter 6 or beyond this weekend. But you can listen to that to go to sleep. I do apologize for the prologue and the first chapter. I did not understand that Willamette or Willamette was more like damn it than Wilhamette. So, you'll just have to deal with me mispronouncing. Yes, we got our taxes done and we did everything pretty much right. I did not print out my receipts like I was supposed to until the morning today.
You may I publish the
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I will keep the closed captions on. I will tell you that the body cam footage sounds like it was recorded on a ham sandwich, as Jeff used to say, or a Casio speak and spell, as I say. So a lot of it is garbled today, but we will try to hear what we can hear.
Josh, just with notes, I'm going to ask you one quick question while there's no sound. Can you explain why there's no sound right now?
So the reason there's no sound is when the body camera is on, it has a 2-minute pre-record where it records only video, no audio. But once you hit record, it actually picks up the audio as well.
Are we getting video footage of a cop looking at his phone and not driving hands-free? I don't know, but I feel like we have videographic evidence of Jeff, I'll have to look into that. I've always wanted to get into reading, but I have no idea how one does that. I mean, and I'm pretty sure it would involve peopling. So I would love to get into that. Now, the only thing I probably couldn't do, although I love the really smuxy books, I would start giggling. I would start giggling at any of the romantical parts. So while I would love to do that kind of reading, I would totally snort laugh.
And so right now what we're seeing is you driving and I guess, what is that you're looking at?
That is my cell phone. I'm using Google Maps to find the location.
Okay. Thank you.
It's Bree 90 or 91.9. Let's see. Hey Mo in chat, just got off of work. Can you give me a brief road so far? Not familiar with this case. Lots of hospitalized pets. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So this is going to be a little bit of a rougher case, which is why I'm doing it later in the day. This is the Athena Stroud case. In on November 30th, 2022, Athena Stroud was abducted from her home in rural Texas by a FedEx driver, Tanner Lynn Horner. Anyway, he was supposed to go on trial starting Monday. However, he has pled guilty. So now the trial is continuing on, but it's basically for the punishment phase. So the jury is now going to be deciding whether he gets life without parole or the death penalty. Now, some things that are going to make this case particularly hard. The FedEx truck where he abducted and assaulted and then unalived her did have a dash cam. Now, he successfully covered the video, but there is audio of the attack, and the prosecutor is going to play that, which is why we are going to be on a 1-day delay. So I will try to give you guys a heads up when that stream's going to be coming up, because I only want to listen. I don't want to listen to that audio, but only once. So when I know that that's going to be there, I will let you guys know. I will try to give timestamps so you can skip right on that through that. But this is going to be a more difficult case. What I will say positively is even though it's only day 2, I have been incredibly impressed by the state and the judge, giving more breaks, being very attentive of the witnesses, and, the prosecutor is very reluctant to have to show the jury this. You can tell that this is heartbreaking for him. So this isn't going to be a Uvalde where the state's constantly bringing this up and constantly, trying to tug on your heartstrings. Um, if I could say that from what I have seen thus far from the state, if we have to have a horrible trial like this, we have a very good team, a very dedicated team that doesn't want to make this a spectacle. And it seems like the judge is on the same page. The only thing that I found infuriating is the defense. They have been very, very zealous in defending their clients' rights, but they've been complaining about things that are very, very ticky tacky, keeping Athena's picture up, when witnesses identify her, things like that, complaining that the gallery was wearing pink, because Athena's favorite color was pink. Um, so that has been a bit aggravating, but they haven't been aggravating on a level of a Nestor or, the Koenig, defense. So while it is a horrible case, just because of the subject matter, it does seem like both sides are dedicated to not making it a circus.
Let's see it there. Let's say that. Step back.
I did not need to see his plumber crack. Now, I have been looking at the comments of people that are, either know people that are in the courtroom or things like that, because I did want to kind of check to see if, because this audio was so garbled on the stream, I wanted to see if it was actually kind of hearable in the courtroom. And the people that were in the courtroom said that they were able to understand what was being played. That was my only worry, is that it was so garbled for us. I didn't know if the jury was able to hear it, but it does seem like it was much less wah, 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 for them.
What is this? What you got, dog and tease? Tanner? Yes, sir. 64, 17 months, can I get a DL for the one I see? It's gonna be Texas Steel 26698029, last name's gonna be Horner.
It's my beach, right? Yeah, when we rolled into the thing. I think even saw. My brother said that's all they had extra to take it in. He's like, take it in. So we call him. Yeah, we got him.
Gabriel Espinosa, in the background, you immediately heard somebody yelling for Athena. Were you able to look in the truck for Athena?
No, ma'am. My concern was officer safety, making sure the suspect didn't have any weapons. It was Wise County deputies that actually made entry into the truck and looked around for Athena.
And was Athena strand found in that truck?
No, ma'am.
We spoke earlier about you handing over the body camera to your brother, Ranger Espinosa.
Yes, ma'am.
On that video, when you handed the body camera over, will it show you on that body camera footage?
Yes, ma'am.
And why is that?
Because of the 2-minute pre-record, it catches me taking off the body camera and catches me on video.
And will that body camera footage show, as part of your name on the body camera footage?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Other than handing the body camera over to Ranger Espinosa, did he have full control over that body camera as soon as you handed it to him?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
You're on the average.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 35. And do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
That's going to be my body camera video that Ranger Espinosa took.
And as far as your portion where you're handing the body camera off, does it fairly and accurately depict your role in that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at that point, Ranger Espinosa is the one on this video.
Yes, ma'am.
Once Ranger Espinosa takes custody of the suspect, did you have any additional role in the search for Athena Strand?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
Continue to search, was provided with a location. The best way I could describe it was a bamboo forest. We were tasked with taking the canine to that location to search for Athena, but we're unsuccessful in search.
Okay, you guys, I need you to buckle in because we are about to meet the male Letitia. That's right. This guy went for DID too, and the multiple 120 different stories. So buckle in because he's going to tell us a couple 5 different places. Then he's going to say that 0 done it.
In that area and locating Athena.
So Athena Strand was not found in the bamboo forest.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you sent to a different location at some point?
Yes, ma'am. I was provided, I don't recall how I was provided the location, possibly the sheriff's office of Bobo's Crossing on the Trinity River. And we went to that location, but due to the nightfall and traffic conditions roadside, we decided it was unsafe to run the canine on that location.
And you talked about canine. Was this your canine?
It's a Texas Parks and Wildlife Department game warden canine that's assigned to Texas Game Warden Sergeant Chrissy Thompson. It's her canine.
And you?
And what's the doggo's name? This state prosecutor is not asking the important question. We need to properly respect Officer Chomp Chomp.
With her on that scene?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
At that time, who all was there with you? And it was just you and the canine unit. Who else?
As well as Game Warden Casey Pentecost, Wise County Game Warden, and several other officers from the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
At some point, did Ranger Espinosa and anybody else show up?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us about that?
Ranger Espinosa showed up with Mr. Horner, and Mr. Horner was able to inform Ranger Espinosa where he had put Athena.
And was Athena Strand found at Bobo's Crossing?
Yes, ma'am, she was.
And were you there when her body was recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned earlier that you've been a part of many body recoveries.
Yes, ma'am.
Was this different?
It was completely different because this was murder and not just an accident.
Thank you. Judge, I'll pass this.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Espinosa.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple follow-up questions. My name is Steve Goble. I'm one of the defense attorneys for Tanner Horn.
Yes, sir.
You tested.
I also put on the closed captions because The defense has two lawyers, one Bonnie Raitt Light, and then baby Huey, who we cannot understand. He doesn't enunciate. He is afraid of the microphone. So we have to have closed captions for today.
The fact that you are trained in felony stops
Yes, sir.
and you're trained in detaining suspects
Yes, sir.
and you detained Tanner without incident
Yes, sir.
and he did not resist
Yes, sir. He did not resist.
and was not charged with anything like that.
No, sir.
Absolutely, John.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Judge?
May Ordinance Espinoza be excused subject to any potential recall.
Yes, John.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, Judge.
Under oath from previous testimony.
Yes, sir, Judge.
This one, what it says in previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. State.
Thank you, Ron. Senator Smith, just heard from, Legal Grove.
Yes, sir.
How many Espinozas are there?
There's two older and two younger, and I'm the middle one.
You're the middle,
Five total. Yes, sir.
the middle child.
Yes, sir.
Well, it looks to me that we're going to be chatting with you a little bit over the next day and possibly tomorrow. Would you do us a favor, introduce yourself to the jury with your first and last name, and then give us a short summary of your law enforcement training up to the day?
Good morning, everybody. Joe Espinoza, J-O-B, just like in the good book. I've been in law enforcement for going on 19 years. Started in 2007 with the Grand Police Department. Then worked with the Pelham County Sheriff's Office as a patrol deputy, and then worked on a narcotics and major crimes task force until 2015. Then I was hired by Texas DPS as a state trooper, and I was stationed in Mission, Texas, on the Texas-Mexico border, primarily assigned to Operation Secure Texas for 2 years. I was able to transfer and get back home and spent the next 2 years in Mineral Wells as a state trooper there. And then in January of 2020, I promoted to the Texas Rangers in Company C, the Panhandle.
Okay, I love Mr. Mo to death, but there is something about a Texas drawl. I'm gonna send him to Texas for a while. He'll bring us back a cow or steaks. I mean, either way.
Stationed in Childress with the headquarters in Amarillo. In 2022, I transferred to Wise County, where I stayed until 2024. And I then transferred to Parker, Palo Pinto County, still under Company B. And now here we are.
So from DPS Academy to Ranger in 5 years.
Right before, yes, sir.
And when did you say you got promoted and made Ranger?
January 20.
COVID Ranger.
Yes, sir.
Now, talk a little bit about some of the other cases you worked. You said you worked major crimes, things of that nature. Have you ever worked any homicide cases prior to the time you made Ranger?
Yes, sir, I had.
And then since you made Ranger in January 2020, have you similarly worked homicide cases?
Yes, I've been involved in major crimes, unfortunately, all over the state of Texas, even in my tenure as a patrol officer to a state trooper. And then obviously our primary function as Texas Rangers is to investigate major crimes, which would be homicides, ag assaults, robberies, bank robberies, kidnappings, sexual assaults.
And I've often referred to the Texas Rangers, and I've heard them referred as an assisting agency. Is that an accurate description?
Yes, sir, it is. We're here to obviously serve the great state of Texas and support our local agencies in any form or fashion. We just come in and we are an extension of that office, working for that community or whatever community we get tasked to go to.
And for what we're here for today, with regard to being stranded, was that your capacity at that point, is to come in as an assisting agency with the Wise County Sheriff's Office and the FBI and other agencies?
Absolutely. Just there to provide all the resources we could on a missing child.
And let me, just to get an idea, you mentioned the word resources. Are there things that that your company and the Texas Rangers can bring that the sheriff's offices in rural America may not be able to bring to bear?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Sometimes it's just a matter of funding for investigations, expertise in crime scene, maybe facilitating a trip to another location, out of state, contacting. The famous saying is, if you know one ranger, you know all the rangers, which means we're connected all throughout 254 counties in the great state.
And this is something that's very unique to Texas, at least in the cases that I've seen. because of like the Uvalde and several other Texas cases. Um, and I know that other states have their answer to, kind of the Texas Rangers, but it is interesting how they have it segmented and, all of the resources that the Texas Rangers do have available to assist.
In Texas, and we also have contacts all over the nation, so we can tap into those resources and contacts for those local agencies we're supporting at the time.
Okay, we're in Texas, you gotta slow down.
Yes, sir. Did she give me the look and I missed it?
You gotta keep full forward happy.
Also, as a ranger, it sounds like what you're talking about is stuff involving criminal investigations. Do y'all assist in other types of occurrences, for example, major disasters, missing persons, rescue operations, potentially SWAT operations, things like that? Do y'all also help out with that as well?
Yes, sir, we do. So we have Special Operations Group. We also have, which is our SRT, Special Operations Group, that does most of the felony warrants for local agencies. Like I said before, search and rescue stuff, we can tap into aircraft, and we have dive teams at our disposal. We have a lot of different resources that can supplement our communities.
And that's something that would you say that most rural sheriff's offices, they don't have helicopters and dive teams and things of that nature?
Not too many around this part of the world, no, sir.
And that's where you guys come in.
Yes, sir.
And in this particular case that we're talking about today, what was your role overall in the investigation into the abduction and murder of the
Initially, it was just that missing 7-year-old little girl. Hey, let me get out there. Let me provide resources. Let me see if I can't call our partners in Fort Worth first for a helicopter. Let me see if I can get some troopers on scene. Let's find her. It's cold. It's late. That was just the initial response that I had.
And then at some point, and I'm just trying to make sure, are you the lead ranger in the entirety of this investigation?
Yes, sir, I am.
And so in that capacity, would you say that most things that are going on with this investigation are coming through you in some capacity?
Yes, sir. Yes. Basically, the way that works is when we come in and we're working with that agency, especially when it's something to this gravity or a big scene, we form a command post. And then when I tap into those resources, I delegate out essentially tasks. If I call in a resource, you're going to be given a task or a job or a duty.
Okay, but is that in addition to the command post set up by the FBI? Who outranks who? It is Texas, so I feel like the Texas Rangers would outrank the FBI in their own minds.
And then nothing gets done without getting phoned back to the command post. So there's nothing that went on in this investigation that I didn't have a good idea of what was happening or directed that to happen.
So we just heard from little brother, and he indicated that.
Objection, Your Honor. He is informing a witness what another witness had testified to.
Just with regard to your little brother, you mentioned that you give people tasks and things. Now, did you give your little brother a task in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what was that task?
On that particular day, my brother happened to be one of the closest marked units to the area where the FedEx van was located in the driver, and I needed the driver detained. So I directed him to that location to detain the driver.
So when you're talking about these tasks you're handing out, is that an example of one of those tasks?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, let's talk. I'm going to take you to November 30th, 2022. It's been a couple of years.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you first got notified that there was a child missing in Wise County? Do you remember when that was?
Yes, sir, I do.
Tell us about it.
I just actually got home from a training. It was pretty late at night, and I have, as the ranger for any area, I get notifications on my phone, state phone, which essentially says exigent things going on in the county. The notification on my phone was that there was a missing 7-year-old child. I contacted Wise County Dispatch and said, hey, what's going on with this? It's like, oh, they're saying this little girl wandered off from home and she's missing. So I then contacted the on-call investigator. I said, hey, what can I do to help? And he said, that she's wandered off before. Maybe we can find her quick. I said, well, it's really, really cold tonight. I'm a father, and this is my county. Let's find her quick. I don't want her to be cold. I don't want her to be lost. I'm going to come out, and I'm going to provide resources.
And we've talked a little bit about resources that you might have available. So in this particular case, at that particular time, when you first get that call, what resources do you call in at that point to assist in locating little bit?
just also advised by the sheriff's office, they had reached out to local fire departments. I tried to contact our helicopter at the time. They were unavailable, so we contacted Fort Worth PD's helicopter. And then I got every trooper that was working in the area to respond, just add more bodies to help look for her. And then contacted and put other rangers on standby, just in case it was a prolonged incident, and went to the next day.
Did it end up going to the next day?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to split this up a little bit so we can stay focused on what happens on each day. Okay, so I'm going to stay on November 30th, 2022. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So on that day, she went missing. You told us that your role at that point, you were getting additional resources.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And to include helicopter and manpower. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me just ask you, did you yourself go to the scene where Athena went missing?
Yes, sir, I did.
And once you get there, what do you, I guess, inside, what are you kind of hoping is going to happen when you get on the scene?
My initial thought to the response would be that we would quickly locate Athena with the resources provided, and then we would hopefully all go home and get warm.
Right. But when that didn't happen, and do you have any training experience being a ranger in missing persons?
Yes, I do.
And let me just ask you, based on that training and experience, if a child is not located quickly, who are the most likely suspects in that?
It's usually family.
And is that what your thought in this case when Athena was not found quickly?
Yes, sir.
Now, this location, do you remember the address?
Yes, the exact physical address was in Cottondale. I have to reflect to my report to give you the actual numbers.
If I told you it was on County Road 3573, would you agree with that?
Yes, sir. 268 County Road 3573.
And so you're there, you're on scene. Do you remember what time you got physically on scene?
I don't recall. It wasn't too long after she went missing.
Okay. And so I'm going to stay on that day there. You're getting resources. When it comes to parents and interviews, what are you doing in that aspect?
So my immediate thought is let's go ahead and lock everybody in on a statement and try to corroborate that statement with digital evidence, which would be cell phones, text messages. And my goal is to lock everybody in that night, especially the people that were in close proximity to Athena on that time. So that's what I started doing on scene.
And who all did you interview out of the family?
I interviewed Ashley Strand. I interviewed Maitland Gandy. I interviewed Jacob Strand. I interviewed Mark Strand. I interviewed Zach Strand. Just interviewed all the immediate people. Zach Strand's wife, I can't recall her name off the top of my head. A lot of folks.
And are you doing that then on scene when you arrive?
Yes, sir.
And so you interview all of those people. And let me just ask you, was there ever any evidence that a family member was somehow a part of Athena going missing?
No, sir.
Was there any other evidence that anybody else other than Tanner Horner was involved in her going missing?
No, sir.
And let me just get you to that point here. How did you go about making that particular conclusion?
During the course of my interviews, specifically with Ashley Strand, one of the things that really stuck out to me as an investigator is that I had essentially locked everybody in, corroborated was that. The only thing that kind of stood out to her too was that a package was delivered right around the time.
Objection noted, that's hearsay.
That a package was delivered around the time Athena went missing. So that's somebody that could have potentially seen something.
And that's the kind of thing that I was talking about the defense doing. It's aggravating because, again, technically, is it hearsay? Yes. But your client has already pled. There is no mitigating factor to be made by objecting to the stepmother losing her bonus daughter, telling the lead investigator that there was a package delivered.
And witnessed something with Athena. So that immediately went into my notes as something that we needed to look at.
And as far as that lead with regard to the package that was delivered, did you begin working that on that first day, that November 30th, or at some time after that?
Yes, sir. At that point, we're going on to the next morning. Sun hasn't come up yet, but we need to start moving more resources. In my gut, I just knew we needed to shift this a different direction, which is that somebody had taken Athena. So I reached out to more resources.
And when you say more resources, let me, you said it's early in the morning. Would that be the next day, December 1st?
Yes, sir.
And at this point, have you been working steadily since you arrived on scene all the way until the sun rises the next morning?
Yes, sir.
What is going on with the search from the time that those resources arrive all the way until the sun rises that next morning, December 1st?
We're still looking. Nothing's really changed other than I'm bringing in more resources.
Is the helicopter still in the air?
Yes, sir.
Are the search people still doing search things?
Yes, sir.
So we talked about this package, okay? And who are you working with on running down that lead on that package? Who are you working with?
So the next morning, just to elaborate on that, I called United States Marshal Service, DPS CID, the FBI CAS team. I got additional troopers. I got additional rangers, and I also got our Special Operations Group rangers to respond to the scene. And as I delegated the tasks, I was informed that there was FBI agents in Fort Worth that could be tasked with identifying who delivered the package to the residents. And my main objective was like, who delivered it? What did they see?
And that's what I was going to ask you next is what kinds of information were you looking for from those assets that you brought in?
So again, like I said before, everybody was tasked, different tasks. The United States Marshal Service and DPS CID were tasked with a canvas, which would be essentially canvassing all the houses, registered sex offenders, anybody in the area. Troopers were tasked with the same thing. Texas Parks and Wildlife was tasked with water resources and canine resources. And the FBI was tasked with the digital evidence, and then that evidence on that package, or just essentially identifying where it came from, who delivered it, and what they saw.
And is that the kind of questions you were asking with regard to this particular package, this box?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who delivered it? When they delivered it, things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And just why is that important?
More than anything, to me, initially, it was just, it's another set of eyes, right? What did you see? Well, what was there? Is there something that we need to be looking for that we missed? I need to know that from everybody in the area. That's the same thing with the canvases and everything. Is there something I'm missing here? Is there something we're missing? Did somebody see Athena? That's the main thing we're looking for.
So you and the FBI and these other resources are working on this. And were you able to identify through those resources who the company was that had delivered the box to the strand?
Yes, sir.
Were you also able to identify the person operating the vehicle that delivered the package to the strand?
Yes, sir.
And again, are those all things that you were going to be relying on at a later date when you continue this investigation?
Yes, sir.
So can you tell us who the parties were that were involved in the delivery of this box to the strand?
So we initially found out that FedEx had delivered the package, but there was a company called Big Top Spin that essentially contracted for FedEx and hired delivery drivers. And then so that kind of spun into getting hold of Big Top Spin to see who actually was the driver that delivered that particular package.
And who was that driver?
Tanner Horner.
Okay. Is that the same Tanner Horner sitting in the courtroom to my right at the end of the table?
Yes, sir. It is.
Now let me ask you, as part of your investigation, do you know who was the first person to contact either in person or by phone Tanner Horner as part of your investigation?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Patrick McGuire.
And was he the one working on it from the FBI side?
Yes, sir.
We stop right here. I'm going to ask you. So far, we are now midway through day 2.
Yes, sir.
You said the search is still ongoing.
Yes, sir.
So right now, midway through day 2, what has your investigation revealed at this point with regard to Tanner Horner in this case?
That he was the delivery driver that delivered.
Objection, Your Honor, that is all based on hearsay.
Sustained.
Again, defense. I get it, technically right, but Bonnie Ray, your client says guilty as a. Your client is guilty. He pled guilty, and he decided to crime in Texas. So, I mean, I'm not saying that they're, polishing old Sparky to get ready for him, but I believe there was a Ron White joke, I'm from Texas and we believe in the death penalty. We believe in it so much that we've made an express lane, I believe was the paraphrase of it.
What do you know about the package that was delivered to the Strand Home?
Objection, Your Honor, that's also based on hearsay.
That's sustained.
So what information are you acting on as part of this investigation to make determinations about the package being delivered to the Strand Home?
Objection, Your Honor, that's also based on hearsay.
I'll let him answer that. Go ahead.
That essentially a driver from Big Topspin delivered the package as a contract through FedEx.
So when you got that information, what did you think, what were your thoughts about when you got that information about the package?
We've now located who we believed was the delivery driver for that package. So the next course of action was, let's call him up, see what he knows, see what he saw, see what he says.
Now, at that point, you're not part of that, that's the FBI.
Correct.
So what was going on, and not necessarily getting into who told you what, but what was going on in the investigation? You said you contacted this company, Big Topspin,
Yes, sir.
and they're the contractor.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else you're contacting at this time with regard to information from the vehicle?
Yes, sir. At that time, as we moved forward in the investigation, there were some key things that stuck out to me. Particularly, there was the driver, Tanner Horner, had made very detailed statements about a green van. So obviously, we have to act on any information we get. We put out a be on the lookout or a statewide bolo for that green van. We also, at this time, we had transitioned to DPS aircraft. I had been flying nonstop. They were tasked with also locating any green vans in the area. And then we also wanted what we call the stop delivery report for Mr. Horner. And then we were also doing tower dumps in the area to figure out what cellular devices were in the area at the time.
And at some point, did you come to find that there was camera footage possible from the vehicle?
Yes, sir. The first reason I asked for the camera footage is because of the green van. He stated a very detailed description of the green van. I'm like, hey, do they have video? Maybe we can see a license plate on the video of the FedEx van. And then I was advised that FedEx contracted with a company.
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
That's what other people told.
Yes, sir.
What was the name of the company that runs the camera system in the FedEx?
Velociter,
And do you know where Velociter is located?
North Carolina.
And who is your contact at Velociter?
My contact at Velociter, I have to look back on the notes to specifically.
May we first?
One more. All right, who's your contact at Velociter?
Jim Becker.
And again, what is their role in this particular investigation?
They essentially provide the camera software for all FedEx trucks.
And during this investigation, I've asked you before about certain things you're relying on in the investigation. Was Velociter able to provide you anything that you were able to rely on in conducting your investigation?
Yes, sir. Jim Becker, with the assistance of the FBI, was able to provide us a video from the FedEx truck.
And let me just ask you, how much video were you able to acquire at that time?
At that time, it was just 2 short clips.
You remember when you got those?
Yes, sir. As the investigation had shifted and we were in the process of detaining Mr. Horn, we received those simultaneously.
So, and that happened on December 2nd.
Correct, yes, sir.
So still back on December 1st, you indicated at this point in time, you've got the FBI working on some things, you're working on some things, trying to get video clips. Is that what we're doing so far?
Yes, sir.
And you said we have identified Tanner Horner as the driver at that time.
Yes, sir.
So as the sun sets on December 1st, what's the status of the search at that time?
It's continued. We still have every resource available going. Everybody's still looking, and we still have aircraft looking as well.
At any point up until the time We're talking about the end of the day, December 1st. Has that search ever been discontinued?
No, sir.
Helicopter still going?
Yes, sir.
Search team still in the air?
Yes, sir.
We'll move you to day 3. Okay. December 2nd. As the sun rises on day 3, December 2nd, 2022, where were you in the investigation into Tanner Point?
We figured out and locked in the majority of the people we needed to speak to, which were bus drivers, school teachers, neighbors, canvassed, everything we could. And there was things that really stuck out about Mr. Horner's statement. So we continued to work on obtaining video, and we continued to obtain more information on his stop delivery report that day and what his route was. And we also had the FBI CAS team working on the digital evidence for the FedEx truck in particular as well.
Now, something like, was he detained as part of this investigation?
Yes, sir.
And what did you rely on to detain him and question him in this investigation?
One thing we figured out through the CAS team and the digital evidence, it showed.
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
Sustained.
What information did you act on in making the decision to detain Tanner Horner?
It was a combination.
Your Honor, that's also hearsay.
That's sustained also.
What time was Tanner Horner detained?
Approximately 3 p.m.
Were you involved in making the decision to detain him?
Yes, sir.
And so were you present when he was, at least sometime when he was detained?
Arrived shortly after he was detained.
Let me ask you, do you remember what time you first meet Tanner Horner?
A little after 3 p.m. on December 2nd.
We've already said you see him here in the courtroom. Does he look the same as he did when you first saw him back in November 2022?
No, sir. He's significantly skinnier, lost a lot of weight.
You mean he didn't pull a Donna Adelson and like eat all the quabs and, get all the fat? I mean, interesting. I mean, I guess if you realize that you're looking at a lifetime in Gen Pop, you might want to do some cardio.
Once you have him detained, what do you do?
I talked to him.
Okay. You said you had gotten video clips.
Yes, sir.
What'd you see?
I saw that Athena was still alive and that she was placed in that FedEx van by Mr. Warner. And based on what I was seeing, it was exigent. And I felt there's a possibility that Athena was still alive and we needed to bring her home.
According to what you witnessed, when did he take her and put her in the back of the truck?
On November 30th.
Now, let's talk about these two trucks and clear something up here. The truck that he was detained in on December 2nd, was that the same truck that he put her in on November 30th?
No, sir, it was not.
And were we able to acquire and locate the original truck that he was in on November 3rd?
Yes, sir. As part of my investigation, we secured the original truck he was driving that day and had it secured at the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. The truck that he was driving that day, are you aware, and I'm just going to do this by license plate, are you aware of the license plate on the truck that he was in on November 30th?
Yes, sir. I have it documented as Nora Robert for 995, or that's NNR 4995.
And that's the truck that he was in on November 30th.
Yes, sir. That's the van that we identified that he was driving on the day that Athena was abducted.
So to keep this straight, now we have two vehicles at play here.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have the vehicle that she was abducted in on November 30th. And then we have a vehicle that he was detained in on December 2nd.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And I know you didn't conduct any of the CSI work on any of those vehicles, did you?
No, sir.
But did you make provisions to ensure that both of those vehicles were taken and placed in such a position that they could be forensically looked at and have CSI look at them later?
Yes, sir. I made sure they were secured for processing.
And the other vehicle, the one that Athena was taken in, where was that at the time?
We had been in contact with Big Topspin, who told us that it was being operated by another driver at the time. So we instructed them that it was important that we get a hold of that vehicle, and then it'd be brought to the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
And was that done with that?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now, so now we have, when being detained, you're making revolutions to get both vehicles to the sheriff's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did say that you talked to him. We're going to get to that in a second. What else is going on in your investigation at the time that he is detained?
Again, at the time, based on the video that I saw, I believed Athena was alive. And under exigent circumstances in public safety, I had our special operations group, SWAT team, essentially, make entry into the Horner residence under exigency simultaneously as Mr. Horner was being detained, and pretty much let me know if she's in there or not. Same thing with the detention of him, is let me know if she's in the truck.
You used a term there, exigent circumstances. In law enforcement terms, what does that mean?
Exigent circumstances is anything for public safety. It can be even in reference to a weapon, a bomb, or in this case, a kidnapping. If it means preservation of life, it allows us to go in there and make sure that somebody isn't in danger, and that if we can effectively save them, that's what we're going to do.
And so does that allow you to detain people in furtherance of preservation of life?
Yes, sir.
Does it allow you to potentially enter a residence in the interest of preserving life?
Yes, sir.
And were both of those done in this case?
Yes, sir.
And with regard to entering a home during that time, whose home was entered and searched at that time?
It was Tanner Horner's family home, where his grandmother and family resided.
Where is that located, if you remember?
In Fort Worth.
And so you said that happened at the same time that he was detained.
Yes, sir.
That seemed to be something that's important to you, that we do it at the same time. Why is that important?
Based on my training experience, especially with kidnapping cases, if you hit something, or by hit, I mean, if you make entry into something sooner, and somebody there can give a heads up if she's not there in that house, and then it puts that person in danger. So we have to do it simultaneously, so nobody's forewarned, and we can keep any phone calls from going out, because ultimately it's about preserving life.
So in this case, both the detention and the search of his home in Lake Worth, were those both done on that basis?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to the truck, was Athena located in the truck?
No, sir.
With regard to the Tanner Horner's home in Lake Worth, was Athena located there?
No, sir.
So at this point, if we press pause right here, we have Tanner Horner detained. We have not located Athena.
Yes, sir.
So at this point, what are you hoping for at this point if we stop right here?
Objection or irrelevance?
Overruled. I'm hoping to find Athena alive.
Now, you said as part of this, you arrive on scene and you talk to Tanner Horner.
Yes, sir.
Was all of this recorded?
Yes, sir.
How was it recorded?
At that time, based on the fact that I'd be conducting an interview or speaking to a possible defendant, I acquired Game Warden Espinosa's body camera. That way, everything would be documented on audio and video.
You reviewed this body cam footage?
I have.
And let me make sure, because we're going to have a few videos here. You have body cam footage on your brother's body cam you took on scene, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, it's my understanding we also have additional videos from the Wise County Jail and then outside the Wise County Jail as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so let me make sure that I have these videos correct in my head here. We have video of the body cam, and that takes us from, and I just want generally here, from the scene, and when does that one end?
To the interview room at the sheriff's office.
Okay. And then the next video would begin
In the interview room.
in the interview room and go until when?
Then it picks up from the interview room into another body camera, Wise County Sheriff's Office body camera, to a field interview.
And then the next video would be from when to when?
The next video would be from the field back to the interview room.
Okay. And then at some point, did you have another interview on December 7th?
Yes, sir. Then there was another interview with Mr. Horner on December 7th.
Okay. So that's the videos that you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
And have you reviewed all of those in preparation for testifying in this case?
Yes, sir, I have.
Let's take you back. You've got Tanner Horner detained outside Paradise. What's the first question you asked?
Where's she at?
The second question you asked.
Is she alive?
Let's talk about Tanner Horner's answer to the first question. Where's she at? What does Tanner Horner tell you when you ask him where's she at?
I can show you.
When it comes to the second question, is she alive? What is his answer to you?
That she wasn't alive when he put her in the truck. Was not alive.
Now, for those of you who are new to the case, Tanner initially started out saying that this was all a horrible accident. He had been delivering the package, yes. Athena, got in front of or behind him. He ran into her. She was injured. He panicked. He put her in the back of the truck. And initially, he's going to tell the police that he ran her over to the point where she wasn't alive when he put her in the truck. Now, obviously, they have video, at least clips at that time, that they know that's not true.
Now, at that point in time, what do you know about the answer to that question? Is she alive?
I knew that. I didn't know if she was alive or not.
You said you'd seen a clip on that day with her alive in the vehicle.
Yes, sir. I believe she was alive and based on that clip.
But when the answer to the question is, she wasn't alive when I put her in the truck, what do you know about the answer that Tanner Horner gave you at that time?
I immediately knew that was a lie.
Because you'd seen it on the clip.
Yes, sir.
Now, in the first few moments, are you asking him any questions about what happened?
No, sir.
Wow.
That's not part of the public safety exception. The courts have ruled very clearly it's in furtherance of finding and preserving life, not questions on details of the case. At one point, he tries to say details and I stop him.
What did Tanner Horner volunteer to you without questioning had happened in that case? That happened in this case?
That she was deceased and that he had transported her to a location with a lot of bamboo.
Let me back up a little bit. What, if anything, did Tanner Horner tell you about what caused her to be deceased?
That he backed into her with this van.
Now, when he says to you that he backed into her with the van, what do you know about that statement as well?
I know that's not factual because based on the two clips that I saw, you can clearly see Mr. Horner putting Athena into the van.
But that's just not true.
No, sir.
So, got Mr. Horner detained, you're on scene, what do you do next?
We get in the vehicle along with Investigator Oliver and Ranger Briley, and we in turn have him direct us to the location where he put Athena, or stated he had placed Athena.
Well, let me ask you a couple of questions about that. Who's driving?
Investigator Oliver.
Okay. And where are you sitting and where is Mr. Horner sitting?
I'm sitting in the back with Mr. Horner.
Okay. And you said you end up at a location, you said there's some bamboo there?
Yes, sir.
Now, who is giving you the directions on how to get from where you are to where this bamboo is?
Mr. Horner.
And when he's giving you the directions, what level of detail is he able to provide you to guide you from your location where you are to the bamboo?
Descriptive turn-by-turn instructions on how to get there.
So is he able to tell you what roads to take?
Yes, sir.
Is he able to tell you what turns to make?
Yes, sir.
And he's able to tell you where he placed your body?
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk a little bit about this location. How long does it take you to get from where you detained him until you get to this location where he says he dropped the body?
I'd have to guess, but approximately 15 minutes.
Didn't take you an hour to drive there?
No, sir.
All right. Is it still in Wise County?
Yes, sir.
So this location, and I want you to describe a little bit, if you will, for the jury, where Tanner Horner took you to this location. You drive up, what do you see?
We drive up, and on what appears to be the north side of the road is a heavily bambooed area, very, very thick with bamboo, and he indicates that that's where he placed Athena.
All right. When we say bamboo, are we talking like 10 feet tall, 3 feet tall? What are we talking about here?
It was 10 feet tall or more.
Okay. And so you arrive on this location. What has Tanner Horner told you about why this location is important to him? What has he told you?
He stated that somebody might be able to find her
And so is he able to give you a description of how far in the bamboo, how close to the road? Is he able to describe the exact point at which he placed her body?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
He stated at this time he's kind of giving us instruction as I'm walking him, and he's pointing out a location in the bamboo, and he's stating that it was not too much further in there. It just essentially giving me an idea of where she was at in the bamboo.
So once you're there, what does law enforcement do once you get there?
At that time, we'd also been in communication with K9 additional resources because I wanted to search that entire area.
Did you do that?
Yes, sir.
And at any point in this, when you get to this location, what are your impressions of this location?
At that time, I felt like I was being lied to again, that she was not there.
And based on your observations of this location on this road, why is that?
Just the amount of resources we had, especially with K9 resources and everything, it would, in my prior experience, especially if we're being directed to that area, we usually find, unfortunately, human remains or humans with the K9 very quickly.
We are going to take a little bit of a break because I just might have found the most cool thing I've ever seen. Although I need to get back to it. No, it got lost. Why? I swear some days life is. But I figured we need a little bit of a not puppy kitten break, but a Tickle Me Elmo versus a particle collider, which I didn't know was an option we could have. But apparently, let's see how Tickle Me Elmo does against a particle collider. Seems like an odd thing to do with your life, but you know. Poor Elmo. That is terrifying. The Elmo is CERN Elmo. This is how we get Ted. This is how we get Ted. This is how we get Teddy Ruxpin. I mean, he seems to be doing fine. Still terrifying. There isn't any sound. It's just like a background sound. Oh. Your timeline will never be the same. Oh, it killed Elmo. He's no longer laughing. The blue light killed Elmo. I am not shocked. Now you can't hug him because you're going to get radiated.
Are these settings?
I mean, I guess I kind of thought it was going to melt, but I mean, I guess we can't always have fun experiments, but I was trying to scroll and find fun clips for us to watch on breaks because bless this particular, first responder, this Texas Ranger, you can tell that this was incredibly difficult for him. So I figured we needed a couple fun breaks tonight.
Did that happen in this case?
No, sir.
How far off the road did Tanner Warner tell you he dumped her body?
I don't remember an approximate distance.
Okay. Did he tell you that she was way in there, close to the road? What was his statements to you as to distance from the road or anything like that?
His statement was she was in close proximity to the road, not too far in.
Why did he tell you that that was important?
He stated that that was so somebody could find her.
You didn't find her.
No, sir.
So when you're out there searching, are you personally out there searching?
Yes, sir.
And I think you mentioned just a second ago that you had Mr. Horner out of the vehicle and had him pinpointing things to you as well. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that when he's telling you where she was, where he put her, so on and so forth?
Yes, sir.
And again, is all of this still recorded on the body?
Yes, sir.
During this time where you've been taken to this location where all the bamboo is, how many times do you think you asked him if this is really where he dumped her?
Numerous.
And each time in this, that you ask him that, what is his response to you?
That's the location.
And what level of confidence was he giving you when you're asking these questions?
High level of confidence.
And in fact, was he able to point at some point to where he had put her?
Yes, sir.
Still no Athena.
No, sir.
How long do you think you stayed out there on the side of the road looking in this bamboo forest?
Us personally, I believe we were out there for about 30, 45 minutes.
You said at some point you ended up back at the Wise County Jail, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Why do we go from the bamboo forest back to the Wise County Jail?
At that time, we exhausted resources as far as checking the home. We checked both vehicles. We checked, keep in mind this is day 3 also that we've been searching. At that time, I felt that he was lying to me, and that I needed to take him to a controlled environment and conduct a custodial interview.
And was that based on all that you had seen up until that time?
Correct, yes, sir.
And being out there in the bamboo and looking and not finding anything?
Yes, sir.
They cannot find anything.
Yes, sir.
And so when you say you're going to do a custodial interview, what do you do differently now when you decide to take him to the Wise County Jail?
At this time, we're
Use a phone book or a sock with quarters in it.
exhausted our public safety and our exigent circumstances. So at this time, I would Mirandize him, make him aware of his rights.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
Let's stop for 2 minutes. We'll take our morning break at this point. We'll come back at 10:35, 15 minutes, stretch your legs. We'll call you back in just a few minutes.
I do like that the judge is really good at making sure they get breaks. He's really keeping an eye on the jury, and I really like that, especially for a case this difficult.
27 years I've been watching juries coming in and out, and it is so fun to see who kind of likes to move around and who likes to sit in the same seat. So we're ready to proceed. Mr. Stain.
Thank you, Ron. Just as we were talking, I think we ended, you had now Mirandized Mr. Horner, and you're heading back to the jail, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is that also recorded on the body cam that we talked about before?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, during this time, are you having a conversation with Tanner Horner during this time while he's in the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And just to make sure here, when you're coming back to the jail, is it the same parties that are still in the vehicle?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that would be who still in the vehicle at that time?
The investigator, Joseph Oliver, and Ranger Danny Briley, myself, and the defendant, Mr. Horner.
And so during this time, what kinds of questions are you asking him on the ride from this location he took you to back to the jail?
Just asking if he was sure about the location where Athena was, and just kind of recapping what we talked about previously.
At some point, did you ask him any questions about the condition of Athena's body when he dumped it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that time, what did he tell you her condition was when he dumped her body?
I believe at that time he stated that she had some bruises on her body.
Okay. What about whether or not she had any clothes on or not?
I believe he gave a clothing description, but I can't remember any other details other than that.
Let me just ask you, when you asked him, did he tell you she was clothed or not clothed when he dumped her?
Not clothed.
Now, again, all of this is recorded here. Were you there at the scene when her body was recovered?
Yes, sir, I was.
And during this time, that you're talking in between the time that you went out there, you got the body cam during this initial conversation.
I wish I could tell you he didn't, but according to the opening statement for the state, she was found without clothing, and DNA was not only found under her fingernails. The state made it very clear that she fought very hard, but DNA was also found in places where DNA should not be found on little girls. And that's basically how the prosecutor put it. So I do like that they are being incredibly respectful of this, but yeah, he's a monster.
If you remember, what was Tanner Horner concerned about or worried about that he expressed to you at that time?
In which interview you speaking?
In the first interview, the one from when you initially detained him all the way back to the jail, what was he communicating he was worried about?
I don't recall.
Now, during this time, what was Tanner Horner's demeanor during this time when you're coming and questioning him at the roadside and coming back to jail? What was his demeanor?
He was pretty composed for the most part. He was articulate. He continued to speak to me.
You remember when you, at the point at which you made the decision that you said you're not able to find her, this isn't working out, what does Tanner Horner offer to you as a possibility that something had happened to her?
Potentially somebody had picked her up.
And again, looking into the future, where was she when you were interviewing him at this time?
She was at Bubbles Crossing in the river.
Now, we talked a little bit about whether it was things were audio and video recorded. Judge Rand?
Yes, sir. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 35. Can you tell me what that is and whether or not you reviewed that?
Yes, sir. This is Josh Wespinoza, the game warden's body camera, and it's labeled Field Interview 1, and it has my initials on it.
And one of those initials does.
That I've reviewed it.
And is that true and correct depiction of what you saw and witnessed on that first video we talked about from the detention until you get back to the jail?
So this first video that we're going to see is when basically the camera gets handed over, and they're talking to him and saying, hey, we pulled you over because we're concerned about the safety of Athena. And then, Tanner says, okay, she's in the bamboo. I'll take you to her. So that's the first video we're going to watch. Now, the audio on all of these is pretty bad, so that's why we have closed caption.
Yes, sir.
If we also take the
Any objections other than those previously given to the court?
No further objections, Your Honor.
Those objections remain overruled and States Exhibit 35 is admitted.
Let me close it, Sean?
Yes, sir.
He's taking his body cam off. We're not getting officers after dark.
Listen, where's she at? Where's she at? That's not what they're at. Come on. Where's she at?
I can show you, I can give you what the risk is.
She what? Okay. Let's stop right there. Okay. Let's go on now. Take a press your side.
I was seeing if the audio would be any better at normal speed. It's not going to be. Now, the interview is easier to understand. It's still court audio, but I do hope they're gonna show us a map of how far from where they apprehended him to where the place he lied about her body being, where the body was down. I mean, bless these first responders because they are not laying hands on him to get the evidence out of him. I mean, maybe in the years before body cams. I'm sure that never happened. And this is a wild goose chase. So we are going to the first place where he was basically apprehended, and the Texas Ranger said, "Where is she? Is she alive?" And he said, "I'll take you to her." He took him to this like grove of bamboo. They searched out there for a little bit, realized that she wasn't there, and then took him back to the police station. So that's the next video we're gonna see. And then the final video that we might not get to it today, but we'll probably start earlier tomorrow, um, so that we can get through this so we won't be fully behind. Somewhere between the interrogation room and where they found her body is create an alter ego that's undead. Yes, we are dealing with the moment. We're going full screen because Mr. Mo has decided to embarrass me with my future Mo is gonna be really responsible. I would like to state that future Mo is definitely prepared for 2023. And yes, it is in fact still in the plastic wrap. I really use this very well to get to get organized. But let's read. These are don't be ashamed of who you are. That's your parents' job. The year of sarcasm. Life would be more exciting if a liar's pants actually caught on fire. Life's not a fairy tale. If you lose your shoe at midnight, you're drunk. If you're one in a million, there's 6,000 people just like you. Revenge sounds so mean. That's why it's called. That's why it's called returning a favor. Another fine day ruined by responsibility. Yeah, 2023. Look, past Mo was really sure that future Mo was gonna be organized. And as we know, future Mo is always a hot mess. So if anyone is a time traveler and is going back to 2023 and needs a calendar, get in contact with me. I will send it to you. Oh my gosh. Cannot believe I can believe that of me. That's the sad and shocking bit. And now.
I just want to get what you said, right? This is definitely football. We're going to make it very rational, right? You have rational sovereignty instead you can we're using a shield. You have rational attorney, you have rational attorney president. You can't afford an attorney when you get 22. Do you understand your rights? Okay, you have rational attorney at any time. You understand your rights? What's the last part? You have rights attorney at any time. Okay, listen to me. This is the hard part. We're over the hard part, okay? So now that the most important part is make sure we're here. We're good.
Oh, yeah, no, that's the boar on his leg. Oh, no, we're backinating that, look. Normally, I am not a fan of the police shutting doors on people's feet. It's not nice. This guy didn't seem to get the message that they were shutting the that they were shutting the door, and I kind of find I'm okay with just a scotch of him getting his foot shut in the door, so we're gonna watch that again.
Where's she at? That's right here. That's right here? Are you sure? Are you sure that's it? You're saying it's right here. This is that. That's good. Could you get another spot that was just like this? Be a little further down, but this is where. Well, check over here. We're going to drop it down. There's a trash can in the mailbox. So, you
Yes, another normal mom. They are looking for Athena right now. This is right after he was arrested. This is the first kind of lie that he told. He said that he had dropped her off very near the road into a bamboo grove. They are going to spend some time searching, and then he's going to be taken back to the jail or police department. We're going to watch the interview, and then later on the same day, but on a separate third video, we are going to be watching when they did find the body. Now, obviously, I'm sure there are going to be parts that are going to be redacted or not shown on screen. But yeah, it's this is where we are in this, and I will say though that all of the witnesses, even the defense, who is persnickety, they have all been very good at trying not to make this a media circus. So they've all been very respectful and very kind to witnesses, along with taking breaks. So now if you just popped in here, I am going to be watching this about a day behind. We are in for about an hour of very rough audio. While he did manage to cover the dash cam when he did all of these horrible things to this little girl, the audio was recorded and the state is going to be playing that. So I do want to give you guys a heads up when we get to that day. I only want to listen to that once, and I do want to let you guys know. But don't be ashamed if you need to take a break or walk away from this one. And we always have puppy kitten breaks or a moxie break. So just shout out if you need a break. We're going to get through as much of day 2 as we can today, and then I will probably start around 11 o'clock tomorrow. So it won't be dark-ish. It'll be darkish. And basically what I mean by darkish is that there might be some more cursey words. This isn't going to be flippin' flapjacks. But there you guys go. And just so you guys know, if you are new here and you're wondering what in the flippin' flapjacks is a puppy kitten break, it's just a 30-minute little or 30-second little song with some puppies and kittens on it to give us a little break. And then we've got a moxie break that's a little longer if you need to get a snacky snack.
like a dumpster dive, and humans forget how to thrive. Take a break, just you and me, with a puppy and kitten, wild and free. Paws and purrs, let's drift away to a land where tails wag and play. No more noise, just gentle muse in our furry four-legged cruise.
So that's where we are. Now, I do have the closed captions on, and we are watching at 1.25. But yeah, do be, mindful of yourself. This is a rough case, but one that we need to watch. But, again, be mindful of yourself, be protective of yourself. Let's get into this.
We'll get into all the details later. Are you sure she took the photo? Your father's in there? Can you go this party? So where did you go in from this side of the way? And would you say you went like right here?
You say money.
Maybe we can get the dog over here. Hey, I'm gonna get you the location. Can we get you the dog over here? All right, bye. Tell me where about? Right there? The big gap right there? Good. Right, that's about how far she was. So, what she said was that any confusion about it, and she's not alive. Okay. Yeah, let's just go. We're on either side. It's just kidding. That's all it's important. You understand it? That's all it's important. Just trust me. You can trust me. Okay? There's always a reason that thing, right? There's too many times we get all excited and look what happened if there's always a lie. All right? We'll get through. Right now's not the time. Right now it's just important. That's very much important. So you agree with me? Okay, perfect.
FBI agent. Just a tip. Men don't tend to do this. I'm just making fun of the FBI agent, but that is a very female kind of coded posture. So, sir, you're fooling no one. Ooh, is this where the sock and quarters come in? Because I'd like a turn. Jason J, as far as I know, he hasn't given a motive. The fact that she was found SA'd, though, does seem to speak for itself as far as a motive, but the defense hasn't yet given any sort of motive other than he has mental defects as to what caused him to do this or pushed him to this. There hasn't been a clear thing. I mean, the only thing I can say is it seems obvious that she was found SA'd, that might have, I mean, that most likely was part of the motive. Now, the state did say that they're going to show us where he was possibly hunting the day before Athena was kidnapped. He was in a house very close to Athena's location, so very rural and isolated. And it seems like he was perusing for a young girl to kidnap. There's some very scary kind of footage of him slowly driving by a little girl the day before Athena was kidnapped. So it does seem like he had planned this for child grossness.
Okay, I know this is, you need to turn around, right? And you need to drive through those fast driver, right? So you're 100% positive it's right here. No one's saying it was. We'll talk about all that. What's important is that keep your eye on it, okay? Remember, this thing, that looks on her gas is it's fine for any of that stuff. I want to answer all your questions. I'm sure you have other questions for me too. Right? Yeah.
No, Squid. So the videos that we're probably going to get through today, and I don't know that we're going to get through all of them tonight. It's this, so the wild goose chase, the police station interview, and then the third video for this particular witness is going to be them taking Tanner out to where he actually left Athena's body. Will be the last video for this witness. I am pre-watching, so we are going to be a day or so behind. So I can give you a heads up on the day that audio comes out. I do want to give you guys a heads up, a warning, an approximate timestamp. So if, I give you that warning, I can give you an approximate amount. For that audio, we will play at normal speed. I will not be stopping it, and I'm only playing it once. You guys are welcome to listen to it more, but I will only be listening to that once.
Now, listen, if she's right here, we're going to find her. If you're being truthful with me, you're being honest with me, which I hope you are. We're going to find her. If you're being 100% honest with me, this is what we're going to find her. Then we'll just find her, and then you are going to sit down. So, okay, so then we're going to get all the details and get into some of that, right, as opposed to the left. And then we're going to get all that, and then we'll resolve all that stuff. Then we'll let you start making phone calls, what I'm saying, everything you do, okay? I promise you that. Yeah, absolutely, yeah, and that's a small picture, right? That's a small thing. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Time's on our side, we got to do time. Okay? Just be patient with me. This part of the. Thank you. Thank you for being on. Okay. I just want that. That's it.
And Squid, just because this is getting a little boring, we need to crowdfund this for you. This is my favorite thing. I can lean all the way back, which is nice for these later streams.
Yeah. What time of day was it? You think we'll find here?
The buzz sound is actually a feature or a component of body cams. So basically, it's programmed to go off every so often to basically show that it's being recorded live, that no one's tampering with it or they're not running loops. So that's why there are intermittent buzzing sounds on body cams.
Because you know we figured this out. Yeah.
The entire time I created income, that's like, I want that extra, this is what I could do. Like, I can worry all, if I lose this job, I lose everything at this point. I'll see everything in what's around.
Yeah. How many times did you enter house before?
Honestly, just get something done and we'll focus on it different, like my house every time, most of the time.
Hey, just to reassure you, honestly, sometimes you don't have to drive and stuff, thank you for your confusion, I gotta go try and run over that, but,
I guess I stopped here,
okay, so you're 100%, I'm saying, if it doesn't pan out, or doesn't work out, we're gonna go through your entire, what about here, but I think it will, if you're telling me this, then I'm gonna tell you what it will, okay?
I'm sure they're fairly certain. I mean, again, there's no bamboo knocked down. There's no sign of disturbance in any of the sort of foliage near the bamboo grove. And I'm guessing the Texas Rangers and everyone else are also looking for tire impression because he was in a big damn or not Amazon, but FedEx van. That's going to leave impressions on a soft, side of the road. They didn't see any of those things, and I'm guessing they're pretty pissed off at this point.
especially, we got some resources coming that are really underinvested in this,
He's a good dude. The guy talking to you there. Good. He tell me straightforward. Tell you something is not, I think you feel the same with him. It's probably the most valuable thing you can do, honestly, just to do this stuff. 25, 26 years.
Most of my life.
Yeah.
I'm a bad person.
Now you're trying to do it.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a normal thing, it's just not something that, it's just your life on, so, trying to live it. What areas do you deliver most of the time?
Here, in spring time. When spring time rises, it's so bad. So that's what I mean, it's kind of the way it's good enough. Like, I know pretty well the table, but the other one is like over to this other.
And I would like to take a break and say a special thank you. And look, like I always tell y'all, I am the world's worst Christian. And I don't tell you to pray, but if you are of the praying variety, I think these first responders who have to go in and talk and chat to these monsters and have to, build rapport with them so they can bring, these victims home. I mean, the amount of mental strength it takes to be kind, to these monsters so that they can bring these victims home. I don't know that I could do it, and I know it has to cost them so very much. Uh, you know, both of the officers today have said, "Hey, I'm a father. It was cold. I wanted to go out and find this little girl." So I know that it costs them to have to do this, and you know, we don't always think of this when we think about police doing their jobs, first responders. And yeah, there's some bad cops, but there are some officers like this who are talking to monsters so they can bring people bring victims home for their families. And that's a tough job.
Then sometimes over in the Goshen area.
The water?
Goshen.
Oh, yeah. We got running or?
Yeah.
I don't even know who that is.
So she should be right there.
From any other catch along this road?
That's pretty much special 51, 114.
How far is 114 from here?
About a mile back that way.
You scratch base?
No, just that.
Oh.
official like things on here. So, because they'll tell you about this, tell you about that.
This is in Texas, Wise County, which is close to the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
Well, did the dog get out? The dog get out here, we need the dog to go find it. Any injuries on it?
And then kind of, I get off the truck.
Okay.
And for Mo trivia, I have a really, bad startle reflex, so if you watch me watch body cams, you'll see me startle, especially when it's quiet like this and they've got the beep noise. I could never be a police officer. I startle too much.
I'll say just whatever you have to say, just make sure it's your reality. Does that make sense? It's your reality, your truth. That's probably the most important thing.
No, not your truth, the truth. Screw this your truth stuff. That's good for therapy. That's good for journaling. That's good for feelings. This is a court of law. I'm gonna need the truth.
I'm gonna go, this was my reality. This is my truth. This is what happened. It's a less exhausting process for you than anything else. I was watching you when Joe walked up the truck and asked you where she at. And your response was really good.
So to speak.
Go ahead.
What do you think right now? I just want to cut it off.
No, it's not very.
Sorry, I feel it was a lot of, you know, that's,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, you go back, and take this list, okay.
No, just kind of tossed her in.
Okay.
I don't know way too far back. That's what I'm trying to say, is that she wasn't that far in. They're going pretty far back. Like, I didn't even get in the game with itself. I love it that they're going too far.
Yeah.
Hey, they're going too far. They're not going too far, too far. Yeah. I didn't even get in the game with it, just didn't toss her in.
What are your hobbies, Sam?
Music, video games. Lately, I've been into, either of those things for the most part. My main goal has just been get out of my grandma's house. I mean, I feel take the dogs come back, but I don't even know what I'm missing my son here.
If we weren't looking at this area, where would we need to go?
I'm 100% sure I was here.
Seems like this many people have a monitor, right?
Maybe it should have been like, either just step in a couple steps and find her.
Where do you have my picture at?
I think it's her dad's house. I think they were saying. Pretty dark when you did it? It's pretty dark. Is that any of those your keys? Like I said, I stopped by this exact building, rush here, sometimes. Okay, I'm looking at this, model, right there.
Yeah, man. We do this one, so let's just start like right here.
Hang on a second, actually. I'll do that, let's go, right?
Oh, okay. Once we find this, a good idea. Yeah, look, he's got 100% on this.
Okay.
That's all.
Just stop right here on the side.
You stop on this side?
Just clear out, and try to just get it just straight up.
Okay.
How many cars pass by?
What was that?
So, two days ago, checking the days. So, it was that time you were too, so, figure out how that was.
Okay, what are the point of body cams if it sounds like it's being recorded on a ham sandwich? Again, from reporting from the actual courtroom, the audio was easy to understand for the jury. It was, in fact, really, really loud, but they were able to understand it.
6:37.
6:37, okay, so Sarge put it down at 6:37.
Also, it starts going down 5:30. It's kind of dusty. Who's my second?
Cool. That's just to show that it's actively running. The audio is recording. So it's kind of a protection to show that they didn't loop the video on the body cam and things like that.
Working where else before? Working where else besides FedEx before?
FedEx, for that in Amazon. I think during my 20s, I fucked around a lot. Really, I was young, I had kids, all that stuff.
Yeah, Tanner, in your 20s, you were a fuck up. No, I think you've continued the trend.
Now I'm 31, I was trying to settle down, I had a kid, and I fucked up.
Anytime, no matter what it is, or what's happening, I mean, obviously you got some adversity to face, but it's gonna be about you can be over. Just give me stats about what you know, and,
Yes, something I'm happy at.
I don't know, I mean, for example, let's just, I mean, say you're saying she's here, she's not, because, she's someone, it's just not that. Those kind of things will go against you, in terms of punishment, they'll be shooting off for, 3 hours of location, he knew she wasn't at. So, if that's not the case, or if it is the case, I would say, kind of, stop now, let's go over where she is if she weren't here. You want to do everything you can to be truthful to minimize the impact on yourself. So that's what I do. I encourage people to kind of check, let's get it out here so we can.
This is not a legal advice channel, but I encourage people to talk to a lawyer, not the police.
Minimize the impact on yourself.
Sounds like they answered the question.
What are you looking at? Because your question was, what are you looking at? I don't really know, because, we haven't found We haven't found her within Commission units. You think we will find her?
Yeah, shadows, I don't have to write.
Yeah, she can be right.
Like, I really just tossed everything.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
This man said, I literally just tossed her right there. Again, it's incongruent that he would vomit twice because of what he did yesterday, but then, be so casual. I tossed her.
is there anyone else that would know?
What you should probably do is, what we can retrace the steps. Because I can tell you how to get the reason, but I can't tell you. Repeat the passing assignment?
I believe he is cuffed. I don't think he's in. The truck didn't appear to have like a cage in it. So I don't think it's like a, you know, cage vehicle, but he's sitting right next to a Texas Ranger. So, but I do believe he is cuffed.
Yeah, it's also right. I don't know why I don't have the power yet.
Oh,
Your choice.
You know?
Yeah. What do you think? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we're just gonna hit this way, and then come back and move up there, okay?
Email on the rest.
You can go this.
You know, that's the stuff right here.
Okay, let's start. Hey, hang on a second, we're right here. I'm gonna ask this fellow something.
ladies, hairy forearm action. Normally we get tatted forearm action when we are doing body cam watch. We've got hairy forearm and nostril cam. And at least their roof is exceptionally clean in the cop car.
Yes. You managed to get that by toss right there? Yes, sir, I'm just gonna toss her. Toss her head first, feet first.
Good point. Welcome to Ear Cam.
Mr. Richard.
No. No, the more important question is how the hell did my kids get something on a car roof? Like, that takes talent. I'm like, I can understand them getting crud on the floorboards, getting crud on the seats. Getting stuff on the roof is just a talent that my kids shouldn't have, but they do. Ooh, elbow cam. Fantastic.
But this is kind of soft, right? It's like very office. It wasn't.
I'm sorry about it.
So good, so right.
And you're sure you are 21.3, it's 21.3. I'm sure. Yeah. Trying to do something else.
So right there.
He's a market.
Yeah. And because it turns into a curve right here. Did you go this way after you jumped it off? Okay.
Not the, no, not the keyboard. Oh, no, we've talked about this. Not the keyboard. Sir, I have no food. Thank you. Lord Dingus, middle manager of the Chaos Dimension, his full Christian name uh, uh, was my 40th birthday present. So he is a Maine Coon, and he is still growing. Um, he's he's very, very sure that I am not feeding him enough. He is convinced that he is a hobbit. He needs first breakfast, second breakfast, 11sies, you know, um, lunch, noon, tea, dinner, supper, linter. No. Oh, Dingus isn't polydactyl, but we did have Crystal. So I should brush Dingus a lot more than I do. Dingus is not he's not a fan of getting brushed. We may have to give him catnip for both our and his safety, mostly our safety. But I will say that It is funny because he does believe he's a dog. He is our watch cat. He can be anywhere in the house actively napping, which is his, other super talent. But if he hears the front door open, he has to thunk down and go to investigate. He is the size of a mini schnauzer, and he's probably gonna get about 10 or 15 pounds bigger. The way I feed him, let's be real. Dingus, it's mine. I didn't get you anything. Hey, that's a good kind of life.
So that's it. I'm good.
How you got that thing for the other night? Oh, I was thinking that. Yeah, kind of living shadow because that's why I just say something everything.
Okay, you live in the Cheshire Grandparents? Where's that at? Not good. Where's your son staying?
Cool. I wanted to talk my I wanted to talk Mr. Mo into getting rag dolls because they're supposed to be like the most dog-like cats. But then they're supposed to have Coons like with dwarf Maine Coons or something. They're supposed to look like they just have short little legs. And look, I'm sure that is genetically irresponsible, but hilarious. I mean, it's kind of like a dachshund. It shouldn't really exist, but it's hilarious. Dingus. He's like
You guys know that you got this on, right? And you pass this. I'll show you close to the drain. You were the first time, okay, water here. Got some.
well, it's like the French bulldogs. Look, they are super cute. Actually, the English bulldogs are stinking cute. But I know that they have like awake apnea because uh, they've well, it's like pugs. I mean, my parents had a pug and he had awake apnea. Now, that's also because my mom believed that the dogs were, in fact, nature's garbage disposal. I swear to goodness, we had the best dog of my life. His name was Buckus. He was a golden retriever, but that dog was about as round as he was tall. My mom never used the garbage disposal. She's like I would tell her, I was like, "Mom, he's supposed to be on a diet." She's like, "Yeah, but we have extra macaroni and cheese." She did get him on a diet. He did have, very, he had some health problems at the end, but they did their best to try to keep him healthy and doing as good as he could. But yeah, my mom treated the puppy like he was a hobbit. She's like, "Here's third breakfast." To be fair, Buckus did a lot of his own counter surfing too, so it wasn't all my mom. He did his fair share of counter surfing.
No, I said, no, it's got to live out here. You got to turn on, that's okay. That's it.
Whoa. Drive careful, y'all. Jeffrey, this is being played long form because he has been Mirandized, so technically, I guess this could be possibly considered an in custody interrogation or interview, because it as it started as an exigent circumstance, basically they were allowed to ask him certain questions, and as they got deeper into it, they did Mirandize him and start trying to get him to really point out where in the bamboo, uh, they should put her or that he put her. And now it's being played in its full form because my guess is that they want the jury to hear all of it, and had they edited it at all, the defense would have wanted it played for the completeness. So, unfortunately, we just have to listen to some dead air sometimes, because this is, all part of it. I'll have to ask, Nick when I'm on a Friday night to see if this would be considered in custody, uh, as an interrogation and therefore should be filmed, because he has been Mirandized, so anything he says or says after that can be used against him in a court of law.
I trust you, actually. I'm going to tell you the truth. You never said anything. I'm going to just like
hope they gave him the chicken with the salmonella. That also sucks. They have to go get this man like the fast food he wants. It could be to protect it from a possible appellate. Although if he is charged with capital punishment, I do believe there will be an automatic appeal. But, you know, it's one of those things where even a monster gets, you know, all of their rights and gets their due process.
Speaks to the good there. What's the next thing up there? Is there a second line? Tires for people that. Oh, I know that there's a lot of space. Yeah, especially when it's like you go over 1 second. Yeah. Much later, it's multiple tires.
Yeah, that's right, so I think a truck and a half ton to go off over, so 4 tires, which one is 4 tires, will take a lot of room. Yeah, my son told it.
And this is the part of police work I just wouldn't be able to do. If I know or suspect that you're a monster, I don't wanna have this small talk, this chit chat. I don't want to get to know you. I don't want to, you know, like I would rather not do small talk and chit chat with people, let alone, a swamp donkey monster like, Tanner. So, I mean, this is the part that I would be I mean, of all the parts of policing I would be horrible at, it's this small talk with monsters that I'd have a really big issue with. 'Cause my face doesn't lie.
And you did cry, not the same didn't cry.
Right now, my case is one, and the next one on the second. I don't know if you can say it, it's a search and
I think you killed, almost not miss a little bit. Yeah, I think you killed, you know. Don't get too soft, you don't cry, not too much. Yeah.
Every time I have to get put back on the medication, just because I live those, that's.
How long was that?
I'm just saying about 5, 6 months ago. I'm actually a really talking
That's right. Yeah.
I'll take mine a biggie size. I'd like a hamburger, mustard only. No, I don't want cheese on that. If I'd wanted a cheeseburger, I would have indicated that by saying I would like a cheeseburger with mustard only. I'm glad we've had this talk about why you shouldn't ask someone who's ordered a hamburger if they want cheese on it. I don't know why that bothers me so much, but again, no, I ordered a hamburger. I'm sufficiently aware and sentient in the English language that if I wanted cheese on it, I would have said cheeseburger.
I think I should also.
Who doesn't want bacon? I think that's a trick question. Fair point. It does. Now, that being said, I am a grammar and spelling outlaw. I love me a run-on sentence, so and I have the, wonderful talent of, confabulating my own words, so, I mean, those in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, but here I am chucking them.
All right, Mr. Berry, let's stop for right now. We will take our afternoon, our lunch break. Your lunches are here. We'll start back up at 5 after 1, okay? All right.
All right. I think for tonight we're gonna stop there. I do anticipate starting earlier tomorrow, so around noon, just because we are a bit further behind. But they're going on their lunch break, so we have the afternoon left. Uh, like I said, we are going to get into his interview at the police station, and then unfortunately, the day tomorrow ends with them finding her body. Thank you guys for being here. I am going to be sending you over to. Actually, we can get the last 15 minutes in because Shizzy doesn't start till 10, so we've got this.
Good afternoon. We are ready to press on, okay? Mr. Sink.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Ranger, we got through that grind of a video for an hour or so. Apologize for that. I'm glad we can ask you some questions about it now, and we'll move on. Let me ask you, that video that we were watching before from your brother's body cam, where does that video terminate geographically?
It ends at the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
And is that where you told me before that then the video from the Wise County Sheriff's Office then takes over? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. So the next video in the chain here that we're talking about is now at the interview at the Wise County Jail.
Yes, sir, that's
Is that correct? Okay. I want to clarify, we've got several videos here. I want to make sure we're on the right one. All right. Let me go back a little bit. Some of the video we were watching here, some of that stuff was a little hard to hear. And I want to clarify a couple of things when we talk about that. Let's talk about the discussion about Athena's clothes. From that video, what was Tanner Horner's first statements to you about whether she was clothed or not?
In that incident, he said she was clothed.
Okay. And then what did he then later on in the video tell you about her clothes?
That she was wearing a t-shirt and jeans.
And what did he tell you he had done with those? If you remember.
In that particular video, he didn't say anything, that he'd done anything with clothing.
All right. So let's talk a little bit about the story that Tanner Horner told you about the incident that led to him killing Athena Strong. What was his story throughout this first video about what he had done to her and how she ended up in the truck?
The initial story was that he had hit her with his FedEx vehicle and ended up taking her because of that.
So what do you know about the statement to you from Tanner Horner that he backed into with the truck? What do you know about this statement?
I knew that to be a lie.
With regard to his statement to you that she was deceased when he put her in the truck, what do you know about that statement?
I also knew that to be a lie as well, based on the video.
How long did this wild goose chase in the bamboo go on?
I believe almost 2 hours, close to 2 hours.
Right. And so we heard on the video, there was a lot of discussion about, I think I heard you ask several times, is she in here? Is she in here? Right?
Yes, sir.
And is that what you were describing before in the first part of your testimony, that you guys were all out there on the road looking and then having conversations with Tanner Horner as you're looking? Is that what's going on?
Yes, sir.
Some of it was hard to see, in and out of the truck. Okay. So when you're out there and you're searching, do you take any resources that are looking for Athena and bring them to this bamboo area?
Yes, sir. At that point, we had other resources in other places, K-9, additional officers, and I went ahead and concentrated those into that area since that's where he was telling me she was at. I felt obviously we needed to check it and confirm that she was or wasn't there.
So during this entire hour, I noticed on the video that you guys drove up and down the road several times. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you guys, it appeared to me, and I couldn't see it all, that either you or some other people went into this bamboo area multiple times.
Yes, sir. Several officers went in and out of the bamboo, including myself, including Investigator Oliver, several Wise County deputies, game wardens, agents. Everybody was in there trying to find her.
What kind of wardens? Yes, it's immature. Yes, it's 12-year-old humor. But blessed be the closed captions, for in the tragic cases, they are a font from which humor may flow. Look, I will get the Moisms of trial down. I'm having to write those down. I'm working on it.
Several Wise County deputies, game wardens, agents. Everybody was in there trying to find her.
Daggone it.
Several Wise County deputies, game wardens, agents.
Gay wardens. Look, closed captioning, sometimes it is the humor.
Everybody was in there trying to find her.
And is it correct that Tanner Horner's story to you was that he just kind of barely put her in there a little ways and you should have found her? Is that right?
Yes, sir, correct.
And what was the word that he used multiple times with regard to what he had done with her body? Do you remember the word that he used?
Tossed.
Tossed. And did he tell you whether he tossed her head first or feet first?
In the video, he stated he tossed her in head first.
Now, I noticed on some part of this, there's some discussion with Tanner Horner about y'all's desire to get the truth. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is it also correct that you had told him that in the beginning, that you just want to know the truth?
Correct, yes, sir.
And in this particular situation, at this location at the Bamboo Forest is what I'll call it here, because that's kind of what it looked like. When he's telling you that she's in there, what do you know about that statement?
That was a lie.
Because where was her body eventually located?
At Bubbles Crossing.
Which is that anywhere near this bamboo area that we're talking about?
No, sir.
Now, one of the other things that I asked you about, and again, it's kind of hard to hear due to the road noise and stuff, is that did Tanner Horner make any statements with regard to things that he was concerned or worried about during this situation?
Yes, sir. Stated he was concerned about losing his job. He was also concerned about seeing his child and concerned about what was going to happen to him.
But at this time, when he's expressing those concerns, has you even found Athena's body yet?
No, sir.
But this is what he was concerned about.
Yes, sir.
So this next video we're going to look at from the jail, okay? Is this a continuation of your interview from before?
Anima Rampier, I still don't quite understand about the FedEx truck. They have cameras and they also have GPS tracking. How was this not flagged? Well, he was part of a contractor, or he was contracting out under a FedEx, I guess, agreement. So while the trucks may have been equipped, I don't know that they are able to simultaneously monitor all of their trucks. So it might be that they don't monitor them. They just have them recording in case there's an incident, discovered later. So I don't know. And for those of you guys who are coming in, that's why we will be a day behind in this trial, because I am speed watching for it, because we will be hearing the audio. He was able to cover up the video camera, but not the audio. I don't know, but I hope he's getting early. I hope the child's getting early intervention.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me ask you a few questions about it. So this particular interview at the jail, Who is participating in this interview?
Present during the course of the interview is myself, Investigator Oliver, and Ranger Danny Brown.
And throughout the majority of this interview, are you conducting the interview or somebody else?
I conducted the interview.
And do you know about what time you got back to the jail?
I believe around 4 p.m. approximately.
And so you get to the jail. I'm going to fast forward a little bit. Is there an interview room or someplace in the jail where you interview suspects?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Most of the interview rooms that we conduct our interviews in are audio and video recorded in a controlled environment where we can have a table, chairs, board to draw on if needed, things like that.
And so when you get to the jail, are y'all in that interview? Is that where this interview room? Is that where this takes place?
Yes, sir.
And so when you get in the interview, what's the first thing you do when you get in the interview?
Go ahead and advise Mr. Horner of his rights.
Again?
Yes, sir.
And this is in addition to what you told him when you were on the roadside?
Correct, yes, sir.
So you're in there and you're conducting this interview. About how long do you think that interview was in the jail?
Almost 2 hours.
Now, if help me, correct me if I'm wrong here. You had the interview in the jail, and when that's finished, or at least the stopping point, where do you go next?
We go back out into the field to try to locate Athena again.
Back to the bamboo again?
Yes, sir.
So we have an interview at the jail. That goes on for some time, and then you elect, we're going to go back out on scene. Is that the progression of events?
Yes, sir.
So let's go to the jail interview, and I'm going to hit a couple of things in here. In the jail interview, once you get him in there and start talking to him, what was Tanner's story as to why he was at Athena Strand's home on the road? Why was he there?
To deliver a package.
And what was his story to you with regard to his contact with Athena Strand?
That he was there to deliver the package. He hit her with his vehicle. He panicked and he took her with him, asked her to get in the vehicle.
Okay. So I'm going to break that apart a little bit. You said he hit her with the vehicle, said he panicked, and then you said he asked her to get in the vehicle. That's what he told you?
Yes, sir.
Now, we know before, you testified before, that one of the very first things you asked him was, what?
Is she alive?
Is she alive? And what did he tell you then?
That she was not.
But now, what's he telling you now?
That she wasn't alive.
Okay. And that you're saying, he says, I'm going to get this correct here, that he asked her to get in the truck. Is that right?
Yes, sir. To the best of my recollection.
Now, with regard to whether or not you asked her to get in the back of the truck, what do you know about that statement?
That's a lie.
Now, with regard to Athena's physical status, or whether or not she was injured or not, what did Tanner Horner initially tell you in the interview that we're fixing to watch here about what her physical status was at that time?
I believe he stated a few bumps and bruises.
Okay, but not dead like you said before.
No, sir.
Now, with regard to any communication between Tanner Horner and Athena there at the Strand home, what did he tell you with regard to whether or not they had any communication at that time?
When I asked him if he communicated with her, he stated that he did, and she told him her name and also asked him if he was a kidnapper.
That's coming from Tanner Horner.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk a little bit. When you're talking to him and you are asking him, does Tanner Horner blame anyone for all of this happening?
At one point, he tries to say that the van didn't have a backup camera or a sensor, so he believed that contributed to this happening.
Okay. Anybody else?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you to, I'm going to try to make this as detailed as possible here. At some point, do you ask Tanner what he did to kill Athena?
Yes, sir.
And to the best of your recollection, what did he tell you he did to kill her?
Through the course of that interview, he stated that he first attempted to break her neck, and then he strangled her with 2 hands.
Okay. How many times did he say?
We are taking a puppy kitten break.
When the world feels like a dumpster dive and humans forget how to thrive, take a break, just you and me, with a puppy and kitten, wild and free. Paws and purrs, let's drift away to
Well, you guys, we are going to get into the interview tomorrow, uh, but I'm gonna let you guys go over to Shizzy. Now he is doing something with, I think, the Hales, so different bunch of weirdos to make fun of. But we will be starting at noon tomorrow. We will be doing a weekly roundup or wrap up with Shizzy, so we'll have fun in the morning on Friday, and then I will be on Nick's Slightly Tipsy show. We are going to be fundraising to send our friend Dolly to CrimeCon, which sounds like fun for Dolly to go to. Um, and then, I will be on with, Shizzy for the evening stream, and then Expert for Friday nights. So you guys have fun. Tomorrow is my, marathon day, so I will see you pretty much all Friday. But we will be starting at noon because I need to go buy some pink stuff. Because we are going to, you know, I'm not sure. But have a great rest of your evening. Thank you for hanging out. This is not an easy trial, and I appreciate you guys hanging out. And, share this if you know that people want to watch this trial, but maybe have a little bit of the dark humor. Bye, you guys.